Fight some of those. Doom, 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 doo, 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 doo. No. 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 Let me in. No. Oh no. Oh no. Snicky, 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 snickety, 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 snack. Snickety, 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 snick. Snickety, snickety, stick. Ah! Well, that happened. Ah! I threw my controller and hit a fucking sound effect. Jesus Christ.
Locking the door? Ow. Hey! Hey! Ah!
Jesus Christ! He suddenly started working, that scared the crap out of me. Huh? Jesus fuck. He suddenly just started working like he wasn't working until I closed the door. That scared the fuck out of me, bro. Oh my. The Trapinch is somehow worse. How is the Trapinch worse? How is the Trapinch worse than this? How am I winning this? How does this Trapinch have no attack? What the fuck? Is not how I want to leave the damn freaking damn it. I didn't need the balls. Oh my god. Sometimes you just have to believe, chat. Sometimes you just have to believe. Sometimes you just... Damn it. Fish. Totally not broken or anything. I mean... Boy, oh boy. My brain no work very good. And... Goodbye, Leaf. Goodbye. Damn it. Ah! Gee, oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Where am I going? Uh-oh. What the hell happened? I like just slowly fell into nothing. For her cat. What just happened? Where am I? How did I get here? Where? Ah! What? Where? Who? Dan asked
I heard big brain.
Can you give an example of a Hexen style? Word salad.
I'm wrong about this
He
action.
thinks it's me
Quacktacular.
because I was
Imagine a
walking
pizza
slightly faster
doing
than him, but I
cartwheels on a
wasn't.
rainbow,
He just couldn't
while
catch up to
Pikachu
me
surfs on a wave of
being
spaghetti
faster
banana
than
rama
me.
unicorns.
We were literally walking
Juggling
the
flamingos.
same speed next
And
to each
Dr.
other.
Derp
And
is
he's like,
raving in the
"You're a
background.
bad guy."
Don't clip
Big
that
guy.
chat.
Yep.
Bad
Look
guy.
away.
Uh-oh.
As Luigi dances with a troop of tap dancing turtles.
Wait.
Wait. Almost did not make that. And. Okay, land on this one, damn it. Okay. Okay. Ah! Wait, no! Whoa, no, land back here! Land over here! No, whoa! Whoa, we're fine. So that's what's going on in your mind. Why did you scream Cox? I don't remember what you're talking about. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. That didn't happen. It might have happened. I have no. But it's VIP is supposed to be the same. It's not my fault that the bot just doesn't know. It's not my fault. Ah! Oh god, stop. I can't drift. How do I do this jump? Stop, you're gonna make people stop! Dorian. Yeah, this is a soft block. I did not know there was a way Coco happened, goddamn. No, people just aren't hitting buttons. Let's see. I mean, surely this will probably just kill regardless.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, check 1, 2. I am talking before Hexen.
Hello. Now you guys can hear me. Okay, there we go. That was weird. I don't know how it disconnected there. That's odd.
Take 2, snap.
All right, so hello everybody. My name is Hexendecimal, and this is Fringe the Mad Scientist. We're here today to talk about retro video games. Welcome to Herbs and Spices, episode 5. Grown fresh from the DNA of some creature, and we're not sure what yet.
Yeah, we're still studying that. You
Yeah,
know, first consume, it's delicious, then we'll figure it out.
yeah. Obviously, it's fine, but yeah, nutritious too. So today we're basically talking about old video games that have been like abandoned or haven't been touched in like forever by the companies that made them, or one-shot games that kind of existed and then never got made again for whatever reasons. And we're basically just going to talk about different ones back and forth. Friends gonna pick a game, I'll pick a game, back and forth. We'll just do we'll play some trailers, discuss stuff, and then like just kind of explain why they were unique and different, and how they either don't have any spiritual successors, or they might have some similar games that exist now, but they just aren't quite the same, or they just might not have anything at all like them anymore. Like, because that kind of just happens. And this is probably gonna be like a progressive series. We'll probably do like a retro stream for Herbs and Spices like once a month. Because there's just so many games to talk about that have had just like abandoned like throughout the years, like that just only existed once, or were just good franchises that just disappeared off the face of the planet. Castlevania, and other things like
Oh,
that.
good grief.
That like just kind of disappear for like no reason. So yeah, we're gonna talk about different games, and then next time we'll talk about more games, and what's gonna go more. I'm sure other people will join in at some point in the future episodes of this and talk about more different games, because there are games that I like can remember what they look like and remember playing, but I can't remember their names. And I'm like, oh my god, I want to talk about this game, but I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem with these games. It's like we haven't really thought about them in so long, despite having a love for them. We can't let them just be forgotten, you know?
Yeah. So you're here to listen to us rant about the past. And how it should be affecting the future. And how I think some game franchises and stuff should be kind of looked at and like taken and remade into more modern versions of themselves, because I think that would be really cool, because like some franchises and just game styles have been lost through time. That's really sad. As we get like more and more into AAA modernization and copywriting every game mechanic that exists, we're like slowly losing that special quality that games used to have, and we're getting kind of homogenized into like copy cutter games that are doing the same shit over and over again.
You'd better not be throwing a sphere at anything.
Good Lord knows you don't want to throw a spear at something. Nintendo will get you. All right. First off, we're gonna talk about a game franchise that's really close to my heart, and I played this game a lot when I was growing up. To the point that I like the thing is this game was like massive enough for a single player game that like the way that it was made, it felt so open and free, and like things that you could do and play. Um was Dot Hack Sign, or Dot Hack. Dot Hack Sign's the anime, but Dot Hack was a interesting series. Um, it took
One of my
place.
favorites.
Yeah, it's an RPG. It took place in a fake MMO, and this is like back when MMOs were still very much in their infancy. So like they basically were just kind of guessing what MMOs were going to be like in the future based off of some things that they knew about games and stuff. And like when this came out, the only MMOs that were around at the time were like RuneScape and a couple other ones, and like WoW had only just kind of started being talked about, or just came out like a couple years before that, so like they had some vague understanding of some of that stuff. Like, so it really hadn't been established what they were going to be. So they took a lot of risks in this game. And like I think a lot of it like is pretty cool. Like just technologically wise. But we'll watch the trailers for them, and then like you guys can get the vibe for the game, and then we'll talk more about it.
Hello, Rithel, and of course, Creeper.
When does fantasy begin? When does reality end? Dot hack. Is it just a game, or something far more dangerous? Dot hack Part 1, game and DVD for PlayStation 2 from Bandai, rated T for
All right.
Yeah, that game and anime combo, I thought it was really freaking neat back in the day. That you had the dot hack games, and then you had liminality,
Yeah.
filling in various blanks and stuff. You just don't see that now.
Yeah. The interesting part about dot hack a lot was just like the exploration for like the time period where games didn't really have that. You really got to like explore and check and find things, and like this is like back in the day where they were just starting to make things like dungeon crawlers. And I think this pretty much is the exact explanation of like what a dungeon crawler should be, and what they kind of like. They don't exist as much anymore, which is a problem I think in gaming. Dungeon crawlers kind of just fell off. And that's mostly because side one. Hold on. Anyway, but mostly it's because that like I feel like roguelikes almost took over for like what dungeon crawlers ended up being.
And I kind of get behind the spirit of a roguelike here, but wouldn't it be nice to be able to revisit the original concept? I think the Dot Hack series actually did have at least some influence on the genre of dungeon crawlers for a time.
Yeah. What made Dot Hack kind of unique in the dungeon crawler stuff is that like it felt like you were making what like later on is something that like Minecraft kind of did, where they made like progressively like generated worlds. Is that way it kind of felt like you were doing that with Dot Hack when you were playing it. Obviously it's a bit more controlled, but narratively you didn't realize that as a child. Because like what would happen is like you would have these combination of words, and you would put those combinations of words together. There were 3 different words. And when you put those 3 words together, they would make a new area. Like you'd go to a new area based on those words, and it felt like you were generating a whole different place. And every time you
Look at this
find
place I made.
every time you find a new word, you'd be able to make new combinations. and basically make like you go to whole new places, like and they weren't all story driven. A lot of this game was like just exploring like areas that you've never been to and stuff, and it was very interesting. Um, and they'd have like their own like setups for the land base and like the types they were and everything. And that was a
Just like
really
MMOs. Yeah, just like MMOs of the time, it was all about the grind.
yeah. So it is very grindy, which is probably the only downside to the game, but it encapsulated like a lot of like what MMOs were. They even kind of had that kind of feature where like you could find weapons or items and trade with NPCs in town that acted like real players, and you'd be able to trade and find better items through them. So it felt very like real in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it's clunky these days as compared to some ways that we've evolved our MMOs now, but there were some really revolutionary ideas in there.
See, what I would love to see for .hack if it ever got like a new version of itself. Clearly I'd want co-op because I think that would be fun. Something like almost like Monster Hunter-esque where you could have like people join you and go into like these like dungeons together. I think that would be really cool. If this ever got like a new version of itself.
Imagine having an MMO that wasn't quite an MMO, but you could, do things with your friends, and it's really still a co-op gaming experience.
I think that would be what would be really interesting is if they actually added that whole randomized functionality of like keywords where you could find keywords, and it adds elements to like the place that you go to, but they're randomly generated, so like the experience is different. Because we're at the point in gaming now where we could just make randomly generated dungeons or randomly generated like sequenced world areas, which I think that would be pretty interesting.
I'd like to turn it into something that would also involve ARGs and lots of mysteries behind the scenes, because the .hack series was built on that kind of stuff.
I agree.
But they didn't really have the technology to make it real, you know?
It definitely like
Now we can.
I do like the idea that when this the idea of this game where in the future the idea behind this game is that we'd have VR headsets where we can like feel the game and things like that, which other franchises did take from like later on, like a bunch of
Sword Art Online.
Sword Art Online definitely took a lot of things from .hack and used it in their storytelling. That's one of the culprits. But there's like a bunch of different anime and games over the years that did something similar. But .hack was definitely the first to do that, where they were just like, you're in the world, you can experience it like directly through your eyes. Like that is what you're living. You're like living in the game, and that always interested me as a child, like because it's like it's such an immersive idea.
I was the same way. He is a big fan of .hack, my former boyfriend and current best friend. As a matter of fact, his persona has an item that he always has with him, which is a combination of the Aron from the Neverending Story and the Key of the Twilight.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean,
So yeah,
now going off into like, now that's like the mechanics of the game. Like it's very RPG based, and it's like it had classes, it had mages, heavy bladers, twin bladers, like rogues. It had a lot of like, it had a lot of like, story basic MMO classes, like very basic ones. There wasn't anything like crazy unique about it when it came to like classes, which is fine. I think it was like heavy blader, samurai, twin bladers, healer classes and mages, and I think heavy polearm class. Like there's a couple of other like niche like side classes. But like that was like the NPC characters could have those like as your party mates, and it didn't really affect it that much. But you kind of got to like have teammates based on that. They did have a game that released only in Japan, and I just found out about this recently. that was a game you could actually play as the classes that we're talking about from the game in a game. Yeah. There was a dot hack game that came out in Japan that was the dot hack online that they promised us, but like because they had actually promised a dot hack online. Like, for anyone who doesn't know, like, they actually talked about turning this into a real MMO when it came out, because it was very popular. They didn't do it. They did bring out a game later on that did have the online elements, kind of. They just weren't. It wasn't quite there, and from what I understand, it didn't do very well because it was very bare bones. Which is one of the reasons the project got kind of abandoned in America. Which is sad, because they basically did make all the classes real. Which is neat.
It's like, just put a little love into it. It'll be a smash.
I think the main issue is that Bandai has absolutely no idea how to make an MMO. And that's kind of the problem.
It's a shame. Bandai knows how to make so many things, but just can't seem to wrap their head around, well, this.
Anything social. One of the interesting parts about Dot Hack was always the story behind it, because it was very like ethereal. It was very much like life inside of the game, like AI, and like the fact that the world was kind of like a living entity, that like no one really understood that, because like the game was so complex, like because you gotta remember, this is like them taking the idea that they're making a game into a real world where you can feel things, you can taste stuff, you can do things in it, and they had to do like so much complicated things in it that it had to have like some sort of AI core that ran it all, and it like the AI basically became sentient because it had so much processes of what real life was that it just became alive, and this kind of corrupted it because it realized it was being run to run a game instead of anything important.
Morgana mode gone.
Yes. But to like kind of subterfuge that a bit, the original creator realized this was happening and added Aura, which was supposed to basically like take over the functions of Morgana and like get rid of her because she was going kind of corrupt, and that's why Morgana ended up making these viruses that was slowly destroying and unraveling the game from the inside, so that Morgana could actually get control of cyberspace and actually like just kind of take over the internet in a way. But like, yeah, so
and in that future, that meant causing lots of real world havoc.
Yeah, so like a lot of things in the game that happen, because again, the superstructure of the game is so complicated and so integral into like the internet and the networking of the world at this point, the real world. Basically we all the problems that happen in the game start affecting the real life. Which is interesting. There's a bunch of things that happen with the main character in the game where basically you're new, you join the game because your friend's like, hey, you should come play this game with me, it's really cool, and like he's like a high level character that a lot of people know in the game. You know, typical, like your friend plays an MMO and you're like, and he's like, you should join me, and he's like overpowered and crazy, and you're like, wow, this game's amazing, and you like, it felt really natural because it's how a lot of people got into games back in the day. Like, a lot of times it was just word of mouth from a friend who was just like, hey, you should play World of Warcraft, it's amazing, bro. Like, wow. Like look at all these elves and shit.
Yeah, the real world stuff there, the effects on the internet, that's why I think an ARG approach would actually work really well if they were to revive it.
Yeah. But it was very cerebral. Like, it felt very natural. The story progression basically, the viruses actually were attacking players and would basically use data drain because your nervous system was attached to your body and the game, which is how you were able to feel things. The AI was able to basically send signals into your brain and basically turn you off.
And so then you have a rash of people who are falling into comas in the game and ending up in the hospital.
Yeah. Dot Hack also had a really interesting side plot of like it having its own anime and like stuff from the anime, and it had anime discs to talk about like stuff that's going on outside of it. So it had like a meta narrative, which again really goes with like what Fringe was saying with an ARG. It had a meta narrative where there was stuff going on outside of you playing the game in another like medium, which was really interesting. And I don't think many games have done that ever.
Yeah, liminality is what really caught my attention. Because as cool as the games were, as neat as the concepts were, you get to see in these animated features what's happening outside of the game because of what's happening in the game.
Yeah. It definitely added like an extra layer of like it felt real, and it felt like stuff that was happening was impacting these people in this world. I think that's one of the things that made Dot Hack stand out to me a lot as a child. Is it just I'll be right back. You continue talking for like 2 seconds.
Well, let's see. What should I say about this? I can say that whenever I first encountered this game, I had really only just learned about MMOs in general. I mean, this was back in the days of, like, oh, what was the name of that one really super early MMO? I know there was RuneScape. RuneScape was running. But, seeing this being based off of things like that, it's like, man, they've really captured this. And then getting into the story, the meat behind the real plot and everything, it's just like, holy crap, we have AIs, we have, like, glitched monsters, we have all these disasters happening in reality that's happening because of all this stuff. And, oh, hey, what's this? The player character has gotten some kind of unique ability, huh? And it's, completely unexpected at the time. It's like only, certain glitched monsters are supposed to have this, right? How very interesting. So, what exactly does this mean? Oh, wait. This game was also built on another world. There was actually a game that came before it that it was built on, and oh, you could find it. Oh, the mysterious depths of this whole thing just drew me in, and I just could not get enough of it. Still kinda can't. So I still go back every now and then to watch the shows, maybe watch some playthrough of the games. And it's marvelous every time to be reminded of the incredible things that we pulled off back in, like, 2002? I think it was, like, 2002? Yeah. We were so limited back then, 23 years ago. Oh, the stuff we could do now. Bandai, please, if you're listening, if you ever hear this, give us more Dot Hack. For real. Do it now, because we can do so much stuff now. Dude, can you imagine, chat? If they took to YouTube and started posting, like, corrupted messages and, like, found footage and stuff like that, and started posting up little mysterious things for people to do in reality. Yeah, everything that SAO wished it could be, Rithel. It really... SAO was honestly unimpressive to me just because Dot Hack was already there. It's still pretty fun, though. I gotta admit that. SAO is still pretty fun. But yeah, as a matter of fact, they could simulate so many things that they had shown in these anime. You know, these little liminality features. They could actually have stuff like that and found footage and stuff like that, and give us an actual MMO to find things. And just imagine having a community content manager keeping track of events in the game and then coming up with and setting up features on YouTube that would be in reaction to that. I mean, it would be perfect. Oh, they could probably even have live events. You and me both, Rith. Because, quite honestly, it's... You could have certain parameters linked to certain words. And it's, like, not actually, you know, procedural generation so much as it's guided by the players, making their own adventure out of these words. Yeah, bingo. Give the players that level of integration. Let them really feel like they're part of it. This is your adventure. I have a lychee ramune. It's kind of okay. And that is lychee ramune complete. Then we get to the concept of Morgana and Aura and such like that. And it feels like there's so much they could have done with that I don't think they really did.
Alright, sorry about that.
Welcome back, Hex.
Alright. My
Zoop.
dad fell off the toilet, so
Oh crap, is he okay?
he's fine. He just lost his bell.
Okay, I'm glad to hear it, buddy.
Anyway, sorry, what were you guys saying? Oh yeah, Sword Art Online, blah blah blah, something.
Yeah, I was giving my thoughts on the franchise and how Bandai could potentially, you know, make this ridiculously cool thing nowadays using YouTube and, you know, found footage and stuff like that. In place of where they had liminality, they could have actual, you know, interaction.
Yeah.
And people could really feel like they're actually in the adventure, you know?
Yeah, I agree with Rizzle on some of this stuff as well. Worlds, creating new worlds. Yeah, yeah, words creating new worlds. I really like that appeal, where like words add different things, like and it creates a thing. It's really cool. Again, we already have things that kind of do something like that now, and I think that we have the technology to make it like really interesting and interactive. Finding new keywords or even having keywords that given out in different cool ways would be fun. Maybe earning keywords like through like events and shit would be neat. Like being able to add like that extra flavor to it. You know what I mean? Reward keywords.
Only certain people will be able to see this place.
Exactly. Or only these like people will have access to these words. So it also makes like maybe having different people on your team matter more, like because it'd be like just fun and unique for everyone. We're bringing this guy because he knows the keyword dark. Oh shit. And maybe make it to where like if you beat an area with a keyword that you didn't know and you get the keyword after a certain amount of time or something like that. Like make it to where like you can slowly unlock keywords through playing with other people. It would be really cool.
Make the keywords kind of infectious, at least some of them.
A little bit, yeah. I think the idea of earning keywords is fun too. Like if you open a chest somewhere, sometimes like you'll get like a rare chest with a keyword in it. Like that would be pretty sick.
Imagine corrupted keywords.
Some were really cool. Like I actually like the way that keywords actually translated it in the games was actually like sometimes you would get emails that had keywords, like mysterious emails from people. Like I know that the hackers would sometimes send keywords to people. And then that would like unlock new areas you could go to. So like sometimes keywords would spread through the forums. It's an interesting idea that keywords weren't just like a word block you got. You had to actually type the word in to use it. So it was like things that people like were finding and trying all like sorts of combinations and stuff to find like new keywords. Like how like they originally found like the forbidden keyword being like one of the middle words. Like, and then they found like hidden forbidden holy ground, which ended up being like the place Oro was kept. Was interesting. Like the whole concept behind it was very 2000s forums and shit like that, you know. So yeah.
Oh, I just love the upside down world.
Yeah. I think the concept of dot hack is just really cool. I don't think many games have ever kind of captured this like storytelling, narratively done game. I think obviously people have done similar like combat styles and stuff like that, and maybe even improved on it, like Dot Hack GU. Dot Hack GU doesn't have the same feeling of this game. I know a lot of people are less like, but Dot Hack GU plays better, and I agree. Dot Hack GU plays a lot better. Like it is mechanically,
it just doesn't have the spirit.
Yeah,
you know?
it's mechanically superior. It is not superior storytelling wise. There is so much more soul behind like Dot Hack the original ones compared to GU. GU has its own cool things. Besides having like the most like super edgy protagonist ever for some reason.
I actually did like the fact that the protagonist was at least somehow linked to the original.
Yes, that is cool. But like I do have to admit that like GU falls short in a lot of different ways compared to the original. And I think that's fine. I do like that it plays better. I think that if we ever got like a fresh coat of paint and just like a remaster of Dot Hack, the original 4, I think that it would be nice if they took the combat system from GU and implemented a similar system into Dot Hack the original, because the original Dot Hack combat system is really dated and really bad.
It tries to be both turn-based and real-time at the same time, and
yeah. As for like
doesn't pull off either.
as just like a side point of it being like fantasy worlds and like fantasy going into like finding locations, it's very classic fantasy where like you could find pools of water and they would ask you like, do you want a gold axe or a silver axe? And like you could throw a weapon in there and sometimes it would break your weapon and sometimes it would come out enchanted. It was very like fantastical, fairy tale-esque in a lot of ways in the way they depicted what the world was, which was cool because it was like a classic old world thing veneered in a digital landscape that was being corrupted by like modern day things, which made the visuals of the game very interesting because it was like a contrast of like new modern digital shit and the old world fantasy that they were kind of depicting.
Yeah, I actually really liked that look, that kind of feel.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, you have this fantasy setting that's just kind of getting overrun by something that's clearly very alien to it.
Yeah, very alien, very like modern. All the viruses take on a very like ethereal look to them. All of them look very alien. There's something
I always
almost
like the look of the broken graphics.
there's something almost eldritch about the viruses in this game because they're very like non forms of stuff. They're like they almost look like something but they're not.
Yeah, you can almost tell what they look like sometimes, but usually they're just a mess of polygons and colors.
Yeah. But yeah, Dot Hack is just a fascinating like franchise. I'd love to see a reimagining, a remake of it in the future. Just the original one. We did get a remaster of GU, which I understand why they remastered GU first, because mechanically it was an easier game for them to push into modern day. And that's still pretty old. I think the remake that's on Steam is at least 10 years old now, if not older. Which, so like it's still like 10 years ago that remake happened.
Given that the original is from like 23 years ago and everything, I feel like it would be just fine to give it a reboot, you know?
Hello, Jurassic QC. Hello, Forgot My Hobbies on YouTube. How are you?
Welcome in, Jurassic Yoshi.
So yeah, I think that's pretty much everything that we had to say about Dot Hack. It's just a fantastic franchise. Like, the original was just so interesting and stuff. There's just so many interesting concepts that could be modernized and changed and added to like either a new Dot Hack franchise or a remake of the retro version of the original games. By the way, slight note before we go on, the soundtrack in Dot Hack, the original, is some of the best music ever fucking composed.
It was so cool.
We've been listening to that while we're talking about it, by the way. This is some of the best composed music. It felt really, really cool when you were playing the games. They felt very interesting and stuff. Sound design can go a really long way in a game, and the sound design in Dot Hack was fantastic. Both with sound effects and just the way the world felt with the music.
Oh no. Don't tell me it's... Man, we keep running into audio problems.
Oh shit, can you guys not hear the music this whole time? I swear you could. Oh, it is playing, it's just quiet for you guys. You guys can't hear it, it's just quiet. It was just quiet. You guys can hear that now, right?
But yeah, they did a great job of matching the feel of the music to the events of the game.
Yeah.
And you know, a lot of games these days, it's just like, oh, here, let's just put some generic kind of, say, drum and bass to this particular battle, or you know, we're going to randomly have classical music play over here.
Yeah. It definitely fit like all of the different areas fit. I remember the glitchy music whenever you went to like infected zones being really sick. Like, cause the music would like bug out, which like it made it so much more like it made it so much more like feeling like ambient. Like it really felt great. Because it's having like the area you're in to start bugging out like with the sound and the music was really cool. But the music is very, very dramatic and very fantastical. The soundtrack is great. Sorry I didn't turn the soundtrack up enough for you guys. That was my bad.
Yeah, especially given, you know, come on, these are some sick jams.
Yeah. Even all of the viruses got their own music, which isn't actually the first boss's music.
Yeah, this is Skaith, right?
Yeah, Skaith. It's so cool because it's like it's upbeat, but there's like wailing in it, which is just haunting. Because like you know that this guy has like put like hundreds of people into comas, so there's just like wailing and moaning in the backgrounds of his music that make it feel so like, are those the screams of my friend?
Yeah, and it just sounds so freaking ominous.
Yeah.
Those bells.
Yeah, the bells were fantastic. Bells very underutilized as musical instruments in games nowadays. I very rarely hear bells ever used.
Yeah, and they can make such a dramatic touch to a song.
Yeah. I would say that sound design in video games, like for music, actually has kind of gone down in quality over the years. Because they've gotten very orchestral, and then like they kind of just all have that kind of same style now, like very orchestral. Where like I think it's a cool style, but I don't think it fits every game.
Not exactly, no.
But like a lot of people just do that now, where they just have these big orchestras, and it's just like not everything is Skyrim, guys. Chill out.
Oh, you're finally awake.
Yeah. I think the the PS2 era is an interesting time for music because it was like a combination of like retro bit music with just like orchestra and like different sounds and instruments that weren't quite like modern yet. So you got like crazy phantasmal like sounding stuff.
Yeah, once again, back in 2002, 2003, we were still tracking mods and stuff.
Yeah.
We didn't have, you know, major synthesized. We didn't really have major synthesized instruments yet that we could just play on a PC.
Yeah.
Most of this was still MIDI.
True. Alright, let's move on to the next game. Fringe, this is gonna be your game. What is the first game that we're gonna do?
Unreal Tournament. Freaking Unreal Tournament.
By the way, I will mention now, Unreal Tournament was one of the first games I ever played. With other people, like in a group. When I was like, I think 6 or 7, I went to hang out with my cousin, and he worked at like this computer company. I don't even know if it was a computer company, but it was like a company, and on weekends they were closed, and they would take all of the monitors from like the people's like offices, and they would bring them all into one area so they could hook all the monitors up together and play Unreal Tournament.
Yeah. Oh, LAN parties back in the day.
LAN parties were a freaking cool thing.
We don't really need them anymore, but you know, I miss those days of just getting together a whole bunch of people, having everyone hook up their PCs all on a nice big network, having snacks. Everyone's just having a good time playing a game together, you know?
Here's the original trailer. Yeah. So,
Whoa, there was a trailer.
yeah. I can't get a So what was interesting about Unreal Tournament? Well, let's watch the trailer first, but oh no, his head. What an interesting, like, first trailer to ever have for your game.
Yes.
There was no
I
no voice acting, no anything. It was just, here's what's happening in the game. People are dying. You're shooting people. And that was the whole thing.
and frankly, it sells.
Yeah. So
You know what to expect.
here's what's crazy about Unreal Tournament as like just a franchise and a game, and it's wild to me. They stopped making these like right as the internet really took off, like right around Halo 2 days. Like I think Halo 2, they made like the last Unreal like tournament and championship games, and like they haven't made them since. As far as I know, maybe they have, and I've never heard of them after that. But that's where I
Yeah.
remember the franchise ended around then.
You are correct. It just stopped. And quite honestly, I'm not sure why Digital Extremes did stop. But at least they still remember you could find at least some Unreal Tournament related things in Warframe.
Interesting. So like,
And a lot of folks didn't even realize that Digital Extremes was still the same Digital Extremes that made Unreal Tournament.
yes. So like, I think the interesting part about Unreal Championship and Tournament was that they came out before like online gaming were things, and they were multiplayer exclusive games. They did not have storylines really. They were just play with your friends and do crazy shit, and they, I would say, revolutionized almost everything about shooting games. I know everyone says that's what Halo did, but that's some bullshit.
No, UT came first.
UT was the original multiplayer combat game for shooters that really showcased not only like just shooting and like having crazy like battles against each other, but just the scope of stuff that you could do really like influenced a ton of different games. Like the fact that you could like fly around with like jump pads and leap like hundreds of feet in the air and like get around the map super fast and stuff is stuff that Halo directly used in their game. The reason that Halo and Halo 2 took off so much is because they came out right as like you were able to plug in your consoles and actually like play with other people, and that's kind of like why Halo took off more, and it had a storyline too. Let's be honest, Halo's storyline's pretty sick. But Unreal Championship and Tournament were insane. Like, if you ever had a LAN party of these games growing up, they were amazing.
I will never forget them. Let me tell you, the variety of the weapons and stuff like that, the various modifiers you could set up on them,
Yeah.
the customization of the bots, you could give the bots personalities.
Yeah.
It's like you could set up how they will react to certain things. You could make it so that, like, this bot has absolutely terrible aim, loves using this gun, and constantly jumps back and forth.
Dude, that's also
Never
another thing.
stops jumping.
This game was set up a little bit like Mario Kart in the way that you could have NPCs with the team. So, like, that's because they didn't, like, again, they didn't have online, so you couldn't fill up, like, a whole lobby of 20 people very easily. So, like, they would have, like, you would, like, 4 players, and, like, the rest of them were bots that you could, like, be in. So it was, like, it felt like a whole lobby of people because you could make the bots act very different from each other. You could even have, like, the trash talker. Like, you could have, like, that one bot that trash talked everyone. And so every time they get kills, they'd be like, ha! Loser, and you're like, motherfucker!
I'm gonna get you for that one, you
You actually develop a hatred towards NPCs, which is fantastic. Yeah, this game was like revolutionary. Like this game, I think influenced Team Fortress, Team Fortress 2, Halo. Like it influenced so many games. This is one of the first games to ever have capture the flag. By the way,
Oh, man, capture the flag back in the day.
if you think Halo invented that, you are incorrect. This game,
least, I mean,
Capture the Flag, I'm pretty
credit
sure
where
it also
due.
had King of the Hill, but and a bunch of other things. Like it had a lot of shit going for it.
Yeah, there were.
This
Oh,
this
did
game
Unreal
showcased
Tournament
not
have a-
only not only just like the shooting genre as a place for like tournaments and like, you know, playing against other people, but it also showcased like how shooting games didn't have to be flat. Because before this game came out, almost every shooting game was a lot like Doom, where it was just like linear hallways shooting directly ahead of you, aiming forward. This game was like, fuck that. 3-dimensional space means 3-dimensional shooting angles. So this is like the first game where you could like aim diagonally and up and down, and it made like the game multi-layered, so like you would have different floors. This was one of the first games to ever do that. Ever.
And let me tell you, being able to think in 3 dimensions was a huge benefit, because if you were able to get up high enough and start throwing things downward at people, they wouldn't look up at first. They would think you're probably hiding somewhere in the terrain.
That's right. Even in the 90s, the gamers didn't look up.
Oh, especially. I mean, Doom was pretending to be 3D, as you noted.
Yeah.
And everything was actually on a horizontal plane with pretend elevation.
Yeah, and a lot of games did that. Serious Sam did that too. They didn't really have elevation in Serious Sam. It was all just very flat, linear, coming right at you, like straight on. And it worked for like a bunch of the first games that came out. Like sure, like but like this was like the first one that was just like everything's everywhere.
And how about that music in UT? I mean, listen to this.
Also, ads in
Mechanism
20
8, I think
seconds.
this is.
We're gonna snooze that first one so we can talk about the game a little longer.
But yeah, it's like these were all just mods and midis and stuff like that, just like everything else back in the day. And that leads me into talking about modding the game.
Yeah.
Because you could change out the music. So you could have your own custom music.
Yeah, what's fun about like some of the original games like that just came out on PCs in general was the fact that like files were really open for games back then. So they didn't really like hard program games to like have their own special like program fonts so only the game could read it. Like back then they used to just have like MP3 files basically. I guess they weren't called MP3 files back then, but they had like their own files. They didn't have MP3s back then, but they basically just had file formats, and you could just take all the files out and put new files in, and the game would just read it as like normal. So like modding for like old games like this, like if you wanted to put your own custom textures and shit in, or your own custom soundtrack, all you have to do is find where the texture files were, or the music files, and just replace them. It was like really fun.
Yep, I had my own custom bots. Well, some of them were like Lego people and stuff. And I had my own squirrel. No surprise, right?
Mm-hmm. Hey, Optometron.
You feeling a little less overheated now, buddy? He's been out there working in the yard.
Oh, you know Kama's like, go do that stuff or I'll kill you, Optometron. That's how Kama sounds.
I think it would be more Kama to be like, I will exsanguinate you until you comply. Yeah.
Man, on full blast. But no, yeah, Unreal Tournament. Unreal Tournament deserves. In my opinion, it deserves like a full like remake, like a whole new game. Like I would love that. And the fact that they have Warframe now, they can even like use like stuff from Warframe's like engine for like a new like game, like a new like multiplayer tournament. I would love them to like just make a like Unreal like Warframe like game. Like that would be really cool. And the reason it was called Unreal is obviously because of the engine that they use. And by the way, the Unreal Tournament games were mostly used as a showcase of the engine itself, to sell the engine, not really to make the game, like a game. They had the games and they sold the games and the games were amazing, but it was mostly so they could showcase the Unreal Engine and be like, look at this engine that we made, and then other companies bought it from them.
And let me tell you, it sold.
Oh yeah. As a showcase of just what the Unreal Engine could do and like the things that they did with it, including updates in the future, Unreal Tournament and Championship were great just showcases of what they could do. Like with AI back then, like the NPCs that they had, and like just the game being so like three-dimensional and motive, like where you could move around so freely, it really sold the engine. Like the engine made them more money than the actual game sales by a lot. There's a reason that people still use this engine.
Yeah, I mean, well, folks still use the Doom engine and everything, but that's mostly just because, well, come on, you can get it to run on a toaster.
Mm-hmm.
We have it running on, like, freaking single-celled organisms running Doom.
Alright.
But Unreal was just so freaking capable.
Yeah. Like, so, like, I'd hope to eventually see them make another multiplayer shooter game. I want it. Because, like, there are some spiritual successors to this game. I would say that, like, the game that mostly feels like playing Unreal Tournament is, God, what's it called? It's an arena shooter. Is it called Rift? I can't remember. Shit.
Oh, I don't know what one you're talking about.
Oh, hold on.
I have interest.
I'm gonna look it up really fast. I know the company is not going through a good period right now because they revealed their new game to be an arena, to be a freaking Fortnite clone, which not many people were happy about.
Oh no.
Yeah, they went from we're an arena shooter, we love like classic arena game shooting games, to we're making Fortnite, but with the same mechanics as our arena shooter. So people weren't happy about that.
Yeah, no, we want some kind of innovation here, you know.
Yeah, God, I really need to remember the name of this game. It's a really cool game. I highly recommend it if you ever liked playing this game. Like, the arena shooter game is still really good. And it's really high pace, it's really high, like, directional and aerial and everything like that. I would say it's very much like playing Unreal Championship and Halo combined. What the heck is the game called?
I do hope you're not talking about Marathon.
No.
Thank goodness.
No. This is the game that's been out for a while. Like, at least 5 years now, 4 or 5 years now, which is why when they revealed their new game and it wasn't just like the same game 2, and it was something else, people were like, what the fuck? God damn, bro, I'm having a hard time remembering the name.
You know what? I might as well. No, I am holding.
Also, hold on.
Topic.
Still talking about this franchise. Another good franchise that was spawned from this franchise, Quake.
Freaking Quake, man!
Oh, Quake, dude. Quake was a fun time.
It was everything that Doom wanted to be. I feel like.
Yeah, Quake was such a good
But Doom
franchise.
sort of paved the way for it.
And Quake is another franchise that, like, man, I wish Quake existed still. Splitgate. Thank you. Get my brain. Holy shit.
Splitgate.
Splitgate. Yeah, Splitgate's a really good game. So what Splitgate is, it's an arena shooter like Halo, like for multiplayer, but you can make like portals from Halo or from Portal, and put them on surfaces so you can like really mix up where you're coming from and where you're going. And they have like obviously high like flying like trebuchets and things like that to throw you around the map as well. So you can get like these crazy like slide through a wall and launch yourself into the air and do those crazy shit in the sky. So it feels a lot like you're playing.
That sounds so cool.
It is very cool. Splitgate, possibly one of the best arcade shooters in the past like bunch of years. So yeah, I highly recommend Splitgate. If you like Unreal Championship, try Splitgate out. It is, I would say, a spiritual successor to that style of game. The new version being I think like their new game being different is fine, but their Splitgate is still a good game. It still gets updated. So yeah, Splitgate. Highly recommend if you like Unreal Championship.
Splitgate 2 out now, actually.
Yeah, Splitgate 2 is the thing that we're talking about, where it became a battle royale.
Huh. I see. So the original was actually better, ultimately.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just have to have a look at that after we're done.
Unless there is a Splitgate 2 and a Splitgate Battle Royale are two different games, which is possible. I might have that information slightly wrong in my mind. So check Splitgate 2. If it's not the other thing, then maybe it's fine. Because I know there's a Battle Royale Splitgate. Maybe they are separate. Maybe I'm getting this confused in my mind, which is fine. I'm not always correct about that. If there is a Splitgate 2, check it out. Because Splitgate 1 is fucking amazing. Like, super fun. Like, if Splitgate 2 is just the same game but better, or like, then just play that, like, for sure. I'm not.
You know, if this hits well enough, maybe we'll play this on stream sometime. The original.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind playing some Splitgate. Splitgate is really good. No, pretty sure Splitgate 2 is the Battle Royale. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, Splitgate.
FPS great again.
Splitgate was the guy with the make FPS is great again, and then they had a really good first game, and then they made a Battle Royale, which I was like, what?
Why would you do this to us?
Splitgate is like super good, and it does all of the really cool classic arcade shooter shit, but on crack, and it's a super good game. And then they're just like, okay, our second game's gonna be Battle Royale. What? Like what? That's everything against that's the opposite of what we're talking about in gaming right now. What? Did Splitgate 2 Splitgate 1 not do good enough? Like, what the hell? But yeah, I highly recommend Splitgate 1. It's super good. All right, we're having ads, so we're gonna have our ads, and then we're gonna talk more about another game when we come back.
Yeah, be right back, y'all.
Quick ad break, and then we'll talk about another game. Boy, wait, why can't I move? Hello? Guys? Help me, I'm fucking stuck. Why can't I do anything? Ah! Man, that's an old ass clip. Oh!
Love that.
Oh my god! My controller wasn't working for a second, and then I came back and I just smashed her with a fucking wrench. Splitgate is really cool. Oh my god! I would highly recommend it if you like that. Yeah, you should definitely try it sometime, friends, if you like the old Unreal games. Like, I really liked it for that same reason.
I just hope that maybe Digital Extremes will revisit Unreal Tournament, given the exposure and secret
I think
level.
I short-circuited for a second. Yeah. Yep. I hope so too.
Yeah.
Whatever that sound I made.
Secret level is good stuff.
I don't know what that was. No! No! What? Does it happen no matter? Wait, what? Is it just the wigglers? How is it just wigglers? What is wrong with those wigglers? How is that in the game? Every time you move a wiggler out of the water, what? Why are wigglers programmed this badly? How has no one ever seen this? How have I never heard of this? How has this game been out for like 4 years and I've never heard this?
Oh, hello. There's
What?
a new incoming RoboCop game.
You clip things that happen, it's exclamation mark clip. So if anything funny happens that you like, clip it and it will probably get played at some point in the future. Because I have that like a little clip show that shows when I go AFK. Or when I'm starting my stream. That seems suspicious as hell, but sure. I don't need to hit this, right? What did hitting that do, though? I'm dead. Hitting it didn't do anything, so why did it go, aww? I don't understand why it went, aww. Ow. I threw it too early. Bro, how? That trigger is so tight. What the fuck? What is that? Jesus Christ. Boo! Ah! I love that clip.
Don't clip that. Don't clip that. Don't clip that.
Boo! Boo just falls out of fucking nowhere.
Don't you do it.
There's a similar clip that is about a poison mushroom. That it says like no poison mushroom, like
but it
poison
needs that
mushroom.
power.
One poison mushroom just flies out of nowhere and hits you in the face.
How the fuck?
Oh man.
Okay, hold on.
How in the hell did that
I love
claw
troll
just
levels.
grab me? I need
Me
an
too. I
instant
really need to
replay
play
more
more
again,
again,
but
How?
someday when my
How,
life stops
chat?
being hectic. Also, ads are done, so we can continue.
Woo!
All right. So,
We exist.
the next game, this game, I'm still calling this a lost franchise, even though it got an upscaled version of itself 5 years ago. But I don't know if it really counts much because it really is just an upscale. Like it didn't get like remade graphics or anything, and even like the trailers are just like upscaled graphics. It's like which I don't think counts much. I don't know. But
Not really, no.
it came out on the Switch and PS4 and stuff, but I want to see this game remade or remastered or just like a new version of it come out because it was a really good game. I played a lot of this on the Nintendo 64. It's just a really unique racing game. And I'm sure people may know this one, but it's basically Star Wars Episode 1 Racer or Pod Racing. Really unique style game. Very fast paced. It very much feels a lot like more three-dimensional F-Zero. Because it was like super fast paced. Your engines could blow up, you get forced into walls, and you had to fly through like tight gaps and stuff. And it felt a lot like F-Zero, but like it had its own unique mechanics, like switching out engines and pod racers and stuff. And it had like a lot of fun features. This game is very hard, yes.
I feel like the trailer kind of undersells it.
It kind of does. Like, honestly, like, it's kind of crazy how like fast-paced and crazy that game is. You know, that's fine. We'll play this. But basically, it had a unique system where you could basically build your own pod racing stuff. Like you could obviously get money for races and like upgrade your stuff. You could tune your engines. It had an interesting system as well in the game where like if your engines were damaged, you could like use health from the other engine to like stabilize the other engines. So like there was stuff you could do while mid-race to like adjust stuff before you exploded.
Yeah. And that was so neat. We're having to do maintenance mid-race, you know?
Yeah. And it was very fast-paced. Like, this game is so fast-paced. Like, it feels very much akin to, like, F-Zero. But, like, this is before F-Zero GX came out. This game feels like F-Zero GX, but, like, in my opinion, almost better. Because it had, like, all these, like, tight turns where you had to actually tilt your ship to fit through gaps and stuff, and it took like actual skill, like while going like 300 miles per hour to like tilt through all these like gaps and raceways and stuff like that. Shit was crazy. And it all
Yeah,
felt
you
really
would
good.
just detonate if you didn't.
Yeah, and it felt really good. Like if the controls were really intuitive, it all felt very good. When you raced on ice, you still had ice physics for some reason, even though you're hovering above them. Who knows why? But it made sense, kind of.
Video game logic.
Pretty much. And I never questioned it when I was a kid, but I question it now. But it's fine.
What matters is it's fun.
I feel like this game, if it was remade to like a modern day standard, to like have more stuff, more engines, more customization, and then just have like online multiplayer, because that's the one thing that this game never had: online multiplayer. That shit would have been so fun.
And with the kinds of connections we have these days, pull that off.
Yeah, I feel like now this would be like a great game to come back out. Obviously, like, it had to be made by Disney, which...
well, you know.
If they ever
it's gonna be one evil corporation or another.
If they ever made this, we know it's gonna just not be pod racing. It's gonna be like the Mandalorian driving a car or something, you know?
What?
Yeah.
Dude, we would have to get voice acting by Pedro himself.
I know, right? See, I feel like they could make another pod racing game, like, and it wouldn't be bad to have like just guest like pod racers. I think that'd be fine. I think it's just a cool franchise. Like, this could be literally like Nintendo. This could be like Star Wars' Mario Kart, like Disney's Mario Kart, if you will. I wouldn't care if fucking Mickey Mouse was driving one of these damn things. It's still just cool. Like, it's just a fun franchise. It feels very underutilized, considering it was one of the more interesting parts of episode 1. And it was also just, like, a really fun game. Very mechanically unique.
Yeah, they could still do so much with it. I mean, it was on the N64, so it was very limited in what they could utilize.
Exactly.
Now, these days, though, with everything that we're capable of, imagine just how good they could get it looking.
Yeah.
I imagine
Now,
that's kind of what they were going for with the upscale, but I mean,
this might
it's still
sound
just an upscale.
blasphemous. This might sound blasphemous. But this game, as a VR game, would be fucking amazing.
Yes.
Could you
Oh,
imagine racing first person with you sitting in the cockpit, going at like 300 miles an hour down a canyon, racing against other players while you're all fucking tilting sideways and going like Mach 10 and trying to avoid rocks and shit? I don't care if it's hard. It sounds cool.
More than that, whenever it comes to, say, repairing the engine and stuff like that you were talking about
Yeah,
earlier,
you can like hit buttons.
actually
and
having
shit.
to manipulate that in VR, taking parts off and swapping them around.
Yeah, like you like
Oh,
rip,
you're
rip
still
out,
going.
rip out engines, rip out wires and shit while you're driving. Like bypass your fucking nitros and shit. You know, take risks and like cool shit like that. That would be so cool. Like I want to see shit like that happen in gaming.
That would be ridiculous, and I would love it.
Right? Like, my god. That would be so cool. I want to see like, more of this. Like pod racing was just so good.
Pulsa A.
But yeah, I just think that it would be so good. Like it's really hard, but I think this is another reason people don't think that they're gonna bring out like they don't think that they're ever gonna make a new like GX racer game because they just think that the franchise is too difficult for people. Like it's just a hard racing game, and they just think that everyone wants a casual experience. So like nobody wants to race extreme speeds and shit anymore.
Nah, folks want a challenge. And, I mean, yeah, folks also want a casual game now and then. But we also want to be able to bang our heads against this challenge until we actually destroy it, and we can stand on top of the, mountains of debris that we've left behind in our wake, just screaming to the heavens in our victory,
This is my opinion on this sort of racing game. I think that they should exist, but there should be two modes. There should be like an invulnerable mode where your shit can't explode, and you just race, which is fine. Then there's like a hardcore mode where like the engines could explode, all the other shit happens, like it's just fast-paced insanity, and maybe even have like the casual mode be slower, so it doesn't feel as intense. And just have the intense mode for people who want it. Like, just give me that real experience.
Exactly.
I want the real experience of going 300 to 500 miles an hour. I want to like see my engines catch fire because I'm going too fast. Like, I want to see that. I want to experience that because that's how this game felt. Like, when you play this game and your engines start to overheat and you get like the warning like whoop, 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 as you're like fucking going around a corner like so fast that you slam slightly into the wall and one of your engines starts to fucking like catch fire and you're like, we gotta go faster, we're still in second. That is a fun feeling.
Like, it's just go crap, still gotta go.
Those epic moments where like one of your engines explode as you're at the finish line and you still win because you made it through the finish line before you died.
Yeah, that was the wildest thing. If you knew what you were doing, you could actually still survive for a while spinning out through the air at insane speed with that one engine.
Dude, that's the cool shit about this game. Like, I think this game, it's a lost gem. Like, it is just a lost gem. It could be modernized. It could be modernized to something really cool.
Yeah, that, along with GoldenEye, really set a lot of great experiences on the N64.
Yeah. I think, like, my favorite games from, like, N64, and I know this is probably blasphemous, it's probably, like, this game, Rogue Squadron,
Ooh, Rogue Squadron.
GoldenEye, like, Mario 64, Diddy Kong Racing, probably my top. Conker's Bad Fur Day as well. Like those are probably the top like 6 games for me on that whole on that console.
I loved all of those.
Yeah. All right, let's do another one of your games.
How about Blast Core? Let's talk Blast Core a little bit.
Is that one word?
No.
Is it corpse or core?
CORPS. That's the one.
Okay. Is it on the N64?
It was actually N64, yeah.
All right. I have found a very low resolution trailer for this game.
Wow.
Japanese.
Blast Dozer, yes.
核ミサイルを乗せたトレーラーがコントロール不能になってしまった。最悪の事態を逃れるため、全ての障害物を破壊し、トレーラーを一刻も早く安全な場所へ誘導しなければ。どんなに頑丈、巨大であっても、ありとあらゆる建物をぶっ潰すために強力な破壊メカが用意された。スライドアクションでガンガン体当たり。どでかいボディは伊達じゃない。5種類のビーグルタイプ。
Hello。
華麗に空を舞い、上空からビルをめがけて急降下する3種類のロボットタイプ。暴走を続けるトレーラーの進行ルートは決して単純な道ばかりではない。
It kind of reminds me of
自分の得意技に合わせて破壊メカをセレクトしてほしい。ミサイルが爆発すれば全てが終わってしまう。実行あるのみ。3D スティックを使ってスリルとド迫力のメカアクション。轟音とともに街を破壊する全く新しい爽快感がここにある。
Kaboom! So yeah, it's a game about blowing everything up so that it doesn't get blown up worse. You are literally trying to clear a path for a nuclear missile carrier that is just automatically going this way on a direct path to a place that it can detonate its payload.
That is such
But
a
if anything gets in
weird-
its way, it detonates its payload.
Such an odd concept for a game that only Japan can make something like that.
Right? Ooh, a Cyberpunk Red campaign. Hell yeah! That is entirely my speed, Tegan. For those that don't know, Tegan is the one that I make a lot of tabletop stuff with. Like, she used to help me out with Time's Edge. We made OPRI together.
Nice.
Any case, Blast Core, yeah, you have all these different vehicles you can use. You can actually jump out as a person to change vehicles. You've got giant freaking robots. It is just all an excuse to just blow things up as creatively as you can.
It reminds me a little bit of like the Hot Wheels sister game and the Vigilante 8 game that were all cars where you just like kind of blow up shit and shoot things.
You know, I never got to play Vigilante 8.
Vigilante 8 is like I almost put it on the list because it's one of my favorite arcade car games, and it didn't really have much of like a. It didn't have much. It was almost like a Tony Hawk Pro Skater of car games because you would get scores for like driving around and doing tricks and blowing shit up, and it had like maps where like there were just secrets all over the map where like you could just find weird secrets and shit. And like I remember like you could like blow up like a nuclear facility and it had like giant cockroaches attack like your cars and shit. And like it just had crazy secrets and fun shit like just streamed everywhere. To me, it was almost like the goat simulator of like old games.
What that reminds me of is a bit is Carmageddon, actually, which would probably fit on this list.
Probably. That's a retro game I'll probably go back and play and actually stream sometime.
Oh, you know I'll be here for that.
Yeah. This is a nostalgia trip. I'm actually planning on doing like a bit of a nostalgia series soon, where I'm just gonna start playing like games I used to play when I was younger that just don't exist. That should be fun. Anyway, back to Core. So,
yes.
you would drive different vehicles and smash through buildings and have robots, apparently?
Oh yes, some of them, you know, it's like some buildings are better smashed in some ways rather than others. Say, for instance, one might have more of a reinforced foundation or something, so you need something that can smash down from above.
Okay.
And that is where you bring in, say, J-Bomb, a flying robot that has a couple of engines on its back, does a flip, and just smashes down on top of buildings.
So it was almost like a puzzle destruction game?
Yes, it's very much a puzzle destruction game. You have to smash everything as quickly and efficiently as possible so that, you know, it doesn't get blown up by a nuke.
So it's almost like DK Bonanza then, because DK Bonanza is in my opinion, like a destruction puzzle game, because you like destroy things to figure out what's going, like in areas to figure out like.
Holy crap! You're right. In some ways, DK Bonanza kind of takes a little bit from this now that I think about it.
Yeah, they're kind of similar concept. Like, except, you know, instead of nukes, there's just giant bananas.
Ooh, banana. Or should it be, ooh, nuke carrier? Yeah, there's probably not really a whole lot to say about this game since it was this one-off thing, but the creativity behind it, and of course, the absolutely hilarious excuse plot. Just, that, and it had so many references to it. Some of the vehicles you could get. You could, drive around in the A-Team van or the car from Starsky and Hutch.
Oh, that's kind of awesome, actually. Yeah, one of the things about,
love it.
I don't even, I think just about lost games and, kind of the older games and stuff is that, one, I know, a lot of games do references now, but, references in older games were, really interesting in the fact that, they were put there almost, slapped in the face of the companies that made them in some ways. Easter eggs have always been an amazing thing in video games. I kind of love them.
You and me both.
The thing about older, these kind of games is that, the fact that they're just a unique idea is fun because, you don't get games, except for, indie games sometimes, and I'm going to say sometimes because everyone kind of glazes the indie industry a little too much. I'm going to tell you guys right now, mobile games are 99% indie. But most of the indie games that come out are still copy and paste of, other things. They aren't, weird, unique ideas like some older games are. Like this, where you're just escorting a fucking nuke for some reason, you have to break buildings down and stuff. That is just shit that doesn't happen very much.
Yeah, you're not gonna see that again.
Yeah. So, even now, when it comes to, unique games, I feel like a lot of people just don't give credit to, things that are unique. I think things a great example of this, and people are going to be angry I even mentioned this, it's Angry Birds. Angry Birds is one of the most unique, weird ideas that existed, and it's why it became popular. It was an indie game, and it was, a really unique indie game, for mobile devices. And the thing is that, just because something is indie doesn't mean it's good. So there's a bunch of indie games that are really good and really creative. I agree that that's where most of the creativity in gaming is nowadays, but not everything.
Certainly tends to be better than the AAAs right now.
I will say that AAA companies are in the worst stagnation they have ever been in, where they just aren't bringing out unique anything. But that's also not completely true because look at Nintendo, it still makes weird, unique games. Mario Kart
How does
World,
Nintendo keep doing this?
Mario Kart World is very unique. As much as people complain about the recent update taking away their ability to play racetrack stuff, which I'm hoping they'll resolve. Bonanza's a really unique, good game that has its own unique mechanics and fun shit. It's just, they're still making unique stuff. I think the problem is that a lot of big corporations in AAA have been homogenized and taken over by corpos, and it is becoming a problem that they are just trying to pump out garbage and make money and not caring about the actual game products. And that's all they care about is trying to pump up the numbers, which is what is kind of polluting the AAA industry. And it's causing us to not have nuclear car transportation games anymore.
Yeah, seriously. It's why can't we see more of this? Because I feel like if they pulled it off right, this could print money.
Yeah. Thing is, a lot of AAA companies aren't looking to make small dividends anymore. They want to make these giant masterclass games for hundreds of millions of dollars, and then they're expecting these games to make quadruple the $100 million investment, which is insane. I don't understand any of that. Warner Brothers is a great example of how to throw money away and make no money. Just throw hundreds of $1 million at constant projects and then just have them be some of the worst drivel ever.
And yet, there's still going to be some folks that play it and think, this is revolutionary!
Yeah. Well, you can't help corporate glazers, they just exist.
Yeah.
I mean, people will say, oh, I'm a Nintendo yes man, but it's not even about being a Nintendo yes man. I fucking hate Nintendo as a company. Everyone you can ask can tell you that. I just like Nintendo games because their products are good still. That's one of the problems. Nintendo's one of the worst companies. They're assholes, they sue everybody, they fuck up the gaming industry in other ways. But their games are still good, which I can't say about a lot of other AAA companies. Like, you can get mad at
It's like-
Nintendo and their as a company, but look at all the other companies doing crazy shit. Did you guys hear about fucking Ubisoft telling you that you need to destroy real fucking copies of your games in their new EULA update? In their new EULA update? Where they're like, yeah, if we want to stop promoting a game in the future, you have to destroy your real version of the game in real life.
Let's destroy your physical copies. It's like, you seriously fucking think people are going to comply with that?
Like, that is the most brain-dead corporation garbage I've ever heard in my life. Like, that is the crap that we're dealing
What
with.
the hell?
When we could just be dealing with blowing up stuff and with nuclear cars. I mean, come on. Like... Anyway.
It's like, you could break out a missile bike. You could pull out a bulldozer. You could get a dump truck and freaking drifto into buildings. And,
I miss when
but
like
no.
I miss when most video games were about fun and interesting stuff rather than like just here's another super realistic looking game that sort of looks like 17 other realistic looking games that all have the same mechanics and all the same everything with like a story that's like trying to tell some deep meaning behind it that has like no idea what it's trying to tell you, but it's definitely there.
Time for my hot take. I think that the seeking of realism in games actually killed a lot of creativity for them.
Yeah. See, I don't mind the idea of like realistic concepts in games, but I don't think that like the pursuit of realistic visuals in games is good because it's taking away like the stylistic design choices of people and like the industry. It's homogenizing what things look like. And it's really bad. It's like it's starting to make like every game look the same, and I don't like it. Where we used to have like back when the graphics were worse, and this is a real true story, they developed new ways to make graphics to stand out among other graphics so they don't all look the same. This is how we got shell shading, so things looked more anime, because a lot of people who made anime games realized, well, we don't really like the whole boxy voxel pixel like looking style for our games, so they made a whole different style of graphics to make a unique look, and we got this kind of painted look for games. And I think that we still we're kind of missing that in a lot of ways, but there are some games that do still try to go for like very unique styles of looks. There was a recent game that has been talked about that looks really cool. I'm not sure if it's gonna be a good game, but it looks visually cool. Where it's like a puppet game where everything's like puppets, and it looked visually insane.
Puppets.
There's also another game coming out. We were talking about this as well, like a couple episodes ago, where it's a game that like is using the style of claymation, and that shit looks amazing.
Oh yeah, wait a minute. Are we talking about that one boxing game?
Yeah, felt that boxing, yes.
What's that boxing? That's the one.
Like visually,
Brad.
that game looks really, really cool, and I like that they're doing something different. I don't know if it's gonna be a good game. It's kind of weird, but I like that they're trying to do something visually unique. That
Yeah, I honestly am looking forward to it just to see what they do.
yeah, I kind of want more people to do stuff like that.
See now, if we had more unique things like that, and it's like, hey, even if you're not into boxing, you've got guys like me looking forward to it. Just to see what you pull off.
Yeah, I'm the same. Like I kind of like the Little Mac franchise. So I'm interested.
So what's your next game?
1 second, I got a coughing fit. Need something.
Oh crap! Don't die. Yep. We're going to have to
Alright.
restore it back up here. Just
Remember,
just a
Chad, if
second.
you're a streamer and you have allergies, keep a spray bottle next to your chair.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah, I have a throat spray.
Lynn is going to love this.
Yeah, I keep a throat spray right next to my computer. because like my throat gets sore while I talk too much, but I also like have sinuses dripping, so every time my throat has a bit of an issue, I get a throat spray, so it just numbs my throat while talking, so I can keep talking.
Yeah, she has a ton of allergy problems, and
I highly recommend just keeping
we have a rather
keeping a throat spray right next to the computer.
yeah.
It makes it like a lot easier, especially if you're doing like really long streams. Just spray the back of your larynx and loosen, like numb them a bit, but also like moisturize them. And also, it's really not great to drink like too much water while you're streaming. Like I know like everyone's like hydrate a million billion percent, but the truth is that like you shouldn't be drinking like gallons of water while streaming for like 12 hours. You should just have a throat spray to like, because your throat's getting sore and drinking isn't actually helping the soreness. It just makes you feel hydrated a bit more, but like for the actual soreness, you want something like a throat spray to like numb it and give it some like healing vitamins, and also to like like actually wet it up with something that's gonna stay on your throat. Because like just
Yeah,
water is just gonna go okay. It quenched you and helped for like 3 seconds, where a throat spray is actually gonna help you for hours.
Yes, it helps, but maybe not as much as having specialized help for it.
Yeah. Water is good for you, but like too much water is just gonna make you need to use the bathroom and not actually help your throat. And it's gonna take away all those vitamins from your body and you're gonna wither away. Anyway, next game.
Right. Oh, I am just gaming skeleton, don't mind me.
Alright, so the next game, since we're talking about Blast Corps, I figure we'll talk about my one mech game that I have on
Oh,
here.
hell yes.
I
see that.
So this is a franchise that one of the greatest mech games ever made, and we're probably never gonna see another one of them. I think
Complete agreement.
I think that it's had like slight remasters, but I don't think it's ever had like another game. This game feels like the most like you're playing an anime mech game that I've ever played. This is Zone of the Enders. Really good game. Getting the robot, Shinji. Oh wait, that's not the same thing. God, I love the gameplay. It's so fast-paced and fun.
It's fast-paced, it's varied, it's, well, just cool.
レオがしてることすごいと思う。誰にもできないこと、レオにしかできないことをしてるんだもの。見直した。もうやめようよ、こういうの。お前のそういうところが気に入らないんだよ。僕のせいだ。僕のせいでみんな死んだんだ。あなたが私を助けてくれるんでしょ。どうして私を助けたのですか。私は命のないただのプログラムです。
Whoa. All right.
Your actions have endangered this orbital frame.
僕しかできないんだ。
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about Zone of the Enders. Zone of the Enders is like the closest I could ever say to like if you ever wanted to experience what it's like to be an anime protagonist in like a mecha universe, that's Zone of the Enders. Like the story was very good. It very much felt like that sort of style. Like if you ever saw like what is it, Evangelion, Escaflowne, Gundam, like so the classic ones, it very much felt like that sort of style, but in its own unique light.
You seriously just casually drop Escaflowne on us. No one knows Escaflowne.
Bro,
I fucking love that.
Bro, I said if I ever had a daughter, I would name her Escaflowne. I am still serious about that. If I ever had a daughter, I'm naming her that. People can not understand the reference to that ever, and that's fine. Escaflowne is possibly one of the best animes ever made.
Yeah, guys, if any of you have not seen it and you want, you know, a fantasy flavored giant robot anime, Escaflowne.
Do you feel like crying
really
today? Go watch Escaflowne.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That on some Magic Knight Rayer.
Yes. Escaflowne is up there in my like top things ever. So yeah, this is like up there with Studio Ghibli movies in my opinion. It is amazing. It is a fantastic experience.
It's insane. As a matter of fact, I pulled one of my own villain names from that particular series, the Landu.
Really? Nice.
Yep, Tegan, you're going to know the name Delandu.
Man. Alright, so like...
Of course, mine was very different. But please, continue.
So, Escaflowne had like... Escaflowne. Zone of the Enders. I almost went on an Escaflowne tangent. Zone of the Enders, when it came out, this is like, again, like... when mecha series didn't really have much depth to them, they weren't very like... They were all very linear, on-the-ground games. Like, they had Gundam games and stuff when this came out. And most of them were very much like, you're on a linear plane. Even when they had space battles for Gundam games and shit like this, and like Mech Assault and stuff like that, they were all linear, on-the-ground, flat combat situations. Like, they never had anything different. This game was a three-dimensional box where you would fly around at like massively high speeds, cutting other mechs in half and like flying around shooting lasers and rockets while they were also shooting lasers and rockets at you at high speed. So it felt a lot like you were playing oh god, what is the Bullet Hell game series called that like everyone knows?
Toho?
Yeah, Toho. It felt like playing Toho, but in a three-dimensional space with giant robots.
Yeah, you felt like you were really in a freaking dogfight.
Yeah, you felt like you're in the fight for your life every time, and like, it was just exceptional. The boss fights in this series are amazing. Like, everything story-wise is really good too. The game has like an amazing story. It's just a good game, and the combat has just felt so amazing. There really aren't many mech genre based games that feel like this one at all. Like none of them come close.
Did you know that there are actually GBA games in the series?
I did not know that.
Yeah, they're tactical affairs.
Really?
Basically turn-based tactics games.
That's interesting. Very different.
Very.
The game's beautiful. Like, if you ever wanted to try these games, I think that the combat system and stuff still kind of holds up. It has one of the best targeting snapping systems I've ever used in a game. Even now, games don't have great targeting systems, but they knew what they were doing with this game when they made the targeting system. They made it very specifically to work really well with high speed and changing directions quickly. It is very good. Very solid, very snappy, it felt good playing. Like very little that even losing in this game, I very much never felt that frustrated playing it. Because it just felt good. Like a lot of times losing felt like your mistake.
There was always a way out of a situation. There was always some way to beat this certain opponent.
Yeah.
And every time, it's like, it wasn't really so completely overwhelming.
Yeah. I think the game is solid. I think that it would be amazing to have this whole, like, Zone of the Enders 1 and 2, because they came out at very close time periods. I think the second game was called, like, Second Running. But they came out very similar times. I think it was, like, 2 years apart.
Something like that. And I loved the Second Runner,
Oh,
just
Second
because
Runner's
we
good.
got to see the Vic Viper.
Yeah, Second Runner is a good game, but like they're both the solid games. I would love for them to get a remaster and come as like a bundle together, like someday. Like that would be super cool. HD remake would be fantastic. I really would like that. Maybe we'll get that one day. It's a cult favorite, I think. A lot of time now. So we'll see if we ever get something like that in the future.
They were gorgeous even back then.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, the music in the game is very like melodic, almost hypnotic-y. Like a lot of time, it did take a lot of like, I want to say like classic opera a lot of the time in their music, like classical kind of like, you know what I mean? Like for a lot of their songs, like they're very melodic.
Yeah, and getting back to the music thing here, they still made it actually fit.
Yeah. I think, I think this is like one of the closest games to ever feeling like you're an anime like character in a mech universe. Like, and it's, I know that sounds weird because like games try to. Okay, let me try to visualize this in the best way possible. Original animes, you weren't an overpowered protagonist like you are now. This character didn't feel like an overpowered protagonist. He felt like he was fucked and then put in a situation that's awful. And that's the kind of protagonist I mean.
Some kid.
Yeah, so it just felt like being a powerless individual thrown into like this fuckery where you had to learn to fight for your life, or you and everyone you love was going to die. And that's kind of what I loved about the original Gundam series and stuff like that, where like they weren't really like trained professional killers. They were just a bunch of kids trying to survive, which I think made the original Gundam a lot more appealing to me in a lot of ways, storytelling.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of original anime was like that, where like they didn't have like this overpowered ideascape. They were just someone who became strong through self-will rather than just having some overpowered like thing behind them. And that, yeah, Gundams were really strong. Like I'm not gonna lie, that was a powerful unit, and it's one of the reasons they survived. But it was the willpower to like use that became the thing, rather than the other way around, where you just start off OP, which is like a lot of ways things are now. Got a lot of unearned confidence for protagonists in anime these days.
Agreed.
But yeah, this is a really good depiction of just like, you willing yourself into being a hero. Like even when you really weren't meant to be.
Yeah, if you don't do this, folks are going to die, and you know what? You just can't let that happen.
Yeah, you have to do this, or everyone's screwed. Yeah.
Sometimes we want to be Amuro Ray, not Goku.
Yeah. Alright. I don't have much else to say about Zone of the Enders besides just being phenomenal and blah blah blah. There is one thing I will mention. For spiritual successors in a way. There is a game coming out, or it might have come out already. I haven't looked into it. It's a PvP game, and I know, oh god, a mecha PvP game, it's gonna be either slow or boring or whatever. No. This game is called, what is it, Mecha Break? Mecha Break.
I knew you were going to talk Mecha Break.
Mecha Break.
Yep, it's out, actually.
Mecha Break is one of the most fast-paced mecha games I've ever seen that encapsulates what I think mechas should be, which is highly advanced super soldier kind of style things where they're going off and like teleporting and moving at like hyper speed, which is like where the technology should be for something like this. And it is crazy how fast-paced the battles are in that game. I saw trailers when they were like promoting that game. That game looked so much like a spiritual successor to Zone of the Enders combat style, but for PvP, and I'm like, oh my god, it looks so cool.
So, my daughter works with a fellow that plays that, and he actually recreated the Miku Miku Beam meme in that game at one point. Recorded it.
That's amazing.
It's fantastic.
So yeah, for mech games, I highly recommend checking out Mech Break. I'm probably gonna play that on stream at some point. I wanted to when it came out, but I've had a complicated couple of months.
It'll pass eventually, and things will get back on track.
Yeah, but that game.
I mean, that is the nature of things.
Yeah. So that's it for Zone of the Enders. Mecha Break definitely feels like a spiritual successor in like combat sense. So yeah. What's your next game, Fringe?
I think I'm going to go to one of those that I came up with while we've been talking stuff. Look up Burn Cycle.
Burn Cycle.
This is a unique experience now.
"17 years ago."
Yeah, this is an old game.
It was a CGI game.
Yes. Early CGI.
Information is currency.
Oh, this is fucking reboot.
Data theft is a capital crime. Saul Cutter is a data
This actually
thief.
looks like it uses the same engine as Reboot. Like how they use like
Some heavy buzz on the net, man.
Something's up with the data I'm currying. Can you tell me anything about it?
Big mate, just get out of there and fast.
I like these
The
style of
rewards
games.
are high.
No touching,
Me too.
stroking, or fondling.
Should have been a routine run, and now it seems like the whole world's on my tail.
One false move and I'll blow your head clean off your
This
shoulders.
almost looks like
So
futuristic
are the risks.
Grand Theft Auto.
Infected your brain. This is what you call a lose-lose situation.
The
What have
original
you got
Cyberpunk.
that they want?
I could ask you the same question.
Seriously.
But this time, he's stolen more than he bargained for.
Something as sure as hell is in my head, and I want it out.
The memories that you are made up of are literally being erased.
Now, he's got something on his mind.
Imagine a piece of software that can duplicate a human mind and store it on a computer. It would tip the balance of world power in the favor of whoever has it.
And in 2 hours, it's going to kill him.
Stink of death, boy.
Run! Come on, faster! Faster, Cutter! Come on, run!
When you're careless, Cutter, people just seem to start dying.
Don't think you would corner the market in range.
Can't stop this game.
It's a bitch.
From
Philips Media comes the ultimate interactive movie game. Burn Cycle.
Yeah,
Once it's in your
CDI. I
head,
love some of the old
can't be
CDI
stopped.
games. They're really cool. So for anyone who doesn't know what CDI games were, they're games that kind of combined like stop motion framed animations with sometimes real life stuff and sometimes just more animated stuff. And they generally worked off of like the engine of like choosing a thing and then something happens. They were kind of like pick your own, like almost like pick your own adventures, but like visualized. Like
Yeah.
some of the original like games that people probably don't even know is like text-based games where you would just type stuff in and then it would tell you what happens. CDI is like the evolution of that, where like you would choose a thing and then a thing would happen and then you would move on. A great example of this being utilized in the future is Telltale games, where that is basically how Telltale games worked, where you would choose a option and then something would happen or nothing would happen. And that was where Telltale got its style of kind of storytelling narrative stuff from, as CDI style games.
But yeah, this game, the themes in it and such like that might seem very familiar. The whole character has downloaded data into his head that is going to kill him, etc., etc. That would become a running theme in cyberpunk stuff.
Yeah.
For years to come after that. I mean, look at Cyberpunk 2077 and Johnny Silverhand.
Yeah. Also, that happened in Deus Ex, right?
Yeah, in Deus Ex, the kill switch, and hell, even movies, things like Johnny Mnemonic.
Yeah. So like,
also, what's with Keanu and cyberpunk characters named Johnny?
Yeah. So a lot of things in like just for the style of game, like one CDI games are really interesting, just on a technical level. The way that they were designed, I actually really like a combination of like technology and video game stuff. A great example of a game in this style, not like it being cyberpunk, but in the style of having like real life stuff, but be like an adventure story game, is Dead of Night. Have you ever heard of that?
I have never heard of Dead of Night.
Okay. So in Dead of Night is a game where you are going to a hotel, and in this hotel there's a guy who is like a schizophrenic, but he's running the hotel. You don't know that, obviously, but like he starts like kidnapping your friends like in the thing, but it's all real life people, and in like a real like a real life like hotel, and you're wandering around by like a point and click adventure style like way of moving around, but it's like seamless, so it feels like you're just moving around the inside of this world, and then like he'll attack you and stuff in like random ways. But it's very much in the same style of like the old CDI. Let me see.
In the beginning was the tree, beneath which Galton sat and meditated for 49
Oh dear.
before.
Here.
I see, so it's one of these kinds of games.
Yeah, this is
I know that style.
This is the kind of cool like.
You all went off and left me behind.
Let's just skip ahead a little bit. Basically, you can kind of see like the style, like it's in a game, it's in stuff, but like it's all real life characters, and like see how you're like walking around.
It's an interactive movie.
Yeah. So like that's kind of like this is the closest to like the CDI style that I've seen, similar to like that style of game for yours, where it's very much like real life people in like a 3D environment, which I think is really cool. I think that style is so unique and like underutilized. I think Dead of Night is like a really cool game.
It is.
And I want to see more games like this where they like do this sort of like melding of like things. Because like this is the style where it's like it is realism, but in a different way. Like this is the realism that's actually cool.
Yeah, this is the kind of realism that we could go for.
This is stylistic realism. Like, obviously the environments aren't real, but they're using like a really good engine to look like pretty good, like realistic. And then like you have the actual like people overlaid into the real world, and like you're getting like this whole like this crazy feeling of like etherealism.
It doesn't look nearly so jarring as some entries.
Yeah. So that's a great example of like I would say a spiritual successor to CDI, and like that has recently come out, which I think is cool. I hope more games do that, to make games similar to Burn style. I also just love cyberpunk style stuff too as well, like this, and I can see how it probably influenced a lot of like future cyber stuff, like you were saying.
Yeah, it was this really niche, really what is the word? Obscure. Burn Cycle is an obscure title.
Yeah.
But those that actually saw it, those that played it, made an influence on them.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really cool. I'm sure when it came out, it was probably like revolutionary in a lot of ways, where people were just like, "Oh my god!"
Oh, absolutely.
Like now, obviously, like people are gonna look at that and be like, "Why does this look like such dog shit?" And it's like, well, 30 years ago, 40 years ago.
Let me tell you, getting stoned off your tail and watching a long play of this game is like no other experience.
I'm sure. Alright, we have ads. Let's do ads, and then we'll do another game.
Alright, see you guys here in a few.
No, yes, 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 no, I see a checkpoint! Yes! I did it! I got the checkpoint! CP hype! Woo! Victory! Ah! Well, chat, that was a fun playthrough. No, I'm joking. That's funny. I don't even remember where this was. That's probably Poppy Playtime. Well then. Yeah, like I said, I don't really mind having like a little bit of a delay just for extra fun. I think it's worth it. Alright, down we go. Oh, you know! You son of a bitch! Shield, sir! Shielder.
There we go.
Snowing emotes at least, lol. I mean, that's fair. Oh, almost died there. Holy shit, I didn't know it was there. Good lord. Whew, GG, alright. Oh. Fuck! You son of a bitch. Okay. No! No!
Damn,
No!
close
No!
back
No! 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 Please! Please let me hit that! Please! Please let me hit that! Please, Jenny! Jenny!
That no was so visceral.
I know.
Let me die!
This is the
Just
third
let
time
me
I got back
die!
in this door. That's why I was so fucking.
No!
You CP won me 3 times in a row in that room.
That's amazing.
3 different ways.
Where the cannon? Nice. Wherever the hell that is.
That is far away from where we are standing.
Cannon ready. Thanks.
Oh, hey, that was the Starlight stream, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Slippery, no.
Gotta figure out what I'm doing for the next one.
Wait, hold on, chat. Ah! No! Damn it.
Game over.
Ads are over. I do have to, there are some of the Starlight things I have to redeem still. Like, I have to play the playthrough of a horror game still. And a couple other things that I haven't done on that checklist.
Ooh.
Alright, let's do another game. Let's do one that's kind of different. We haven't talked about horror games yet, so let's talk about a horror game.
Ooh, yes.
This is, in my opinion, one of the craziest horror games ever made.
One of the absolute greatest.
So, I don't know if anybody knows what Eternal Darkness is, but this is one of the most fucking crazy horror games.
Bone. Bound together with the oddest magical incantation. This wretched book is where it all began so long ago. Before time. Before humanity. I am Dr. Edward Royvis. I am a clinical psychologist. I am also dead. This is not my story, nor even the story of the Royvis family. It is the story of humanity. Like it or not, believe it or not as you will. Your perceptions will not change reality, but simply color it. Humanity has been on the edge of extinction for 2 millennia, ignorant of so much and dependent on so few. The Guardians grow restless. Their time once again here. Whether by fate or misfortune, my family has crossed their path, and they didn't take kindly to it.
Do it on stream.
Alright. Oh.
Like, how freaking cool was it?
In collaboration with Nintendo. All people.
Yeah, it was like Cthulhu Mythos almost.
It was.
Almost.
It was very much like Cthulhu-esque. In fact, the writer that made the original said he got a lot of inspiration from H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah, right down to having an I guess spoiler alert for those that intend to play it. Ancient evil ruins underneath an unassuming town.
Yep. All right. Where to even begin with this masterpiece of a game? So you start this game by going to where your uncle died, and trying to investigate what the hell happened, why did he get killed and all that, and trying to figure out what's going on. He's your only living family relative still. So you go here to try to figure this out, and it leads down this crazy rabbit hole of just ancient stories and texts and crazy visual storytelling that is on the level of pure cinema. If they made a movie out of this game, they could, and it would be insane. But what happens is that your character discovers stories of old people throughout history that have dealt with basically eldritch horrors and stuff, because shit at the mansion starts going crazy, and you don't know what the hell's going on, and you don't know why there's creatures in the mansion and stuff, so you start trying to investigate what the hell's happening. And what happens is you end up playing this game is Assassin's Creed before Assassin's Creed. You end up playing people throughout time in their stories that reveal small amounts of the main story to the main character you play as in the mansion, but you unlock stuff in the mansion by doing stuff in the past from from the other characters' perspectives in the old stories.
You learn how to do stuff from them, and then suddenly you unlock things in the present.
In the present, so they end up teaching you magic from the past, and it helps you in the present. And then you play through those character storylines, which almost all of them end horribly tragic. Because it's not a game this is not a game that holds your hand in any sort of way. This game is very visceral and dark.
It's one of the trolliest things whenever you start getting sanity effects.
This is the first ever game to have a sanity meter. Everyone's gonna be like, what about fucking what's his name? Really good game, made Markiplier and PewDiePie famous. Amnesia. No. Amnesia got almost all of its ideas from this game.
Yeah, I mean, this was a game that, it tricked you into thinking that it crashed, and then on, coming back up, that you had lost all of your save data. That was a sanity effect.
This game has some of the coolest shit ever for having sanity meter stuff. They'd have bugs crawling on your screen. One of my favorite effects in this game, and it will never work like this again because it doesn't happen anymore. If you know what standard, the old standard bulb TVs did, when you turn them off, they would make this staticky sound when you turn them off, right? So the game had a sanity effect that the TV would, quote, turn off, and you would think that you accidentally turned your TV off. It would even make the staticky sound of the TV turning off, trying to trick you into thinking that it really did turn off. You would try to turn your TV back on, then turn your TV off because it's still on, and it was just the game trolling you.
They freaking Foleyed that static sound.
It was perfect. I literally, the first time that ever happened, I literally, I was my brain just exploded because I was like, what just happened? My TV was on, but it was off, but it was on. Ah! And this is all while dealing with terrifying, horrific monsters and jump scares and stuff like that. And it didn't have crazy jump scares of Five Nights at Freddy's, but it had a lot of build-up jump scares that were just horrifying. And
this could happen in the middle of a battle.
Yes, feel like that could happen in the middle of a battle. One of the coolest ones was you'd walk into a room, and you were too tall to fit through the door, and so you were just stuck in the room forever. And you were like, "What? How do I get out of here?" And like the game would literally do this for like 5 minutes, and it wouldn't explain anything. You just would be stuck in this room, and you'd be like, "How do I get out of here? I'm too. Why am I too big to get out of here? Why can't I get through these doors anymore?" And you would just be stuck in this room. The game would tell you nothing, and then all of a sudden the doors were fine.
How about the moments that you would walk into a room and your head suddenly explodes?
Yeah, I'll give you a game over screen.
Yeah, just out of nowhere.
This game had amazing storytelling. The story in this game is amazing. It's fully voice acted, by the way, like for a Nintendo GameCube game.
Voice acting for the time was nuts.
The soundtrack was ominous, chilling. It fit the zones you were in. Like every area, like they would have like all of the ancestral stuff in different time periods. We're in different locations, like Egypt, Rome, and they would make the music kind of fit those areas like pretty well. It was a great horror experience, like, and it's so unique. There aren't many horror games that really suck you in like this one does. Like, this game got really overshadowed by crap like, and I'm gonna call it crap because I just don't think it was even close to the same quality as this. Resident Evil.
That's like Resident Evil is fine and everything, but no. No, I agree. Eternal Darkness was much better.
Eternal Darkness got very overshadowed because it was only on GameCube. And that's the only reason.
Man, I mean, let's talk about the, tech behind this. They had actual location-based targeting on a game this early. You could hack things' arms off. You could specifically, try to chop things in the head if it had a head.
Yeah. Like, visually, this game was terrifying. The ambience and the feeling was amazing. All the characters and the story plots were unique. So every story beat was different. Every character's story that you learn for the main character, they all had their own motivations and personalities, and it all made them very unique experiences playing through them. And they would all
played a little different, yeah.
And they all played a little different, and they all would react to horrible things differently. Like the one Roman soldier you play as, he was just like, undead shit, I'm gonna cut that shit up with my sword. Get the fuck out of my way. He did not give a single fuck.
Yeah, he was just like, oh, I've been trained for this.
Yeah. And it was great, because, like, he would still have, like, insanity and, like, problems, because obviously shit's really bizarre, and he's still killing them and stuff, but it's just still weird. But the fact is that he just, like, went at a completely different direction, and it felt good. Like, it felt, like, really cool. And the game progresses as you learn all these things in the main story, and the main story overarcs from, like, the other stories, and it all, like, culminates to the final part of the game in, like, this perfectly written, just horror masterpiece, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. They could seriously just make this into a movie these days.
Yeah. This is one of the...
I think it would be a blowout.
This is one of the saddest game franchises that doesn't have a second entry ever made. I 100% believe that, and we'll never get another one. And do you know why we'll never get another one?
I don't think Silicon Knights exists anymore, does it?
That is one reason. Silicon Knights doesn't exist anymore. The original writer of this series is in jail.
What?
Yeah.
What?
And they're in jail for quite some time from what I remember. I think like 30 years, I believe, is their sentence.
Holy crap, what did they do?
I don't remember the details. I'll have to look it up at some point, but we're probably never going to get another Eternal Darkness. It's sad because they apparently were working on Eternal Darkness 2 when they got arrested.
Well, bollocks.
Yeah.
That's all I've got to say.
One of the best horror franchises that never was. Eternal Darkness. I wanted to see I've wanted horror streamers to play this game so long because it is such a good game, but it's so old that it predates YouTube. And so, like, most horror streamers don't even know this game exists, even though it's probably, like, one of the best horror games ever made. I would kill for this to get a remaster. Like, an HD remake of this game would be amazing.
Oh, yeah, just touch up the graphics a little bit for us. We would play the shit out of that. Wrote quite a sentence, huh?
So, like, the one thing that's crazy about this game, and I think it would be pretty, like, what would be cool if they did do a HD remake of this game, like somebody bought the license or whatever, and they were like, and they just brought it out again. What they could do is, like, they could replace some of the sanity effects or add new insanity effects to, like, make it make sense for, like, new games, like, you know, like new modern stuff. Like, what if it blue screens?
Yes.
Yeah, see? This is what I want someone to make a spiritual successor to this game, because I don't think people do insanity meters correctly. This is one of the only games I've ever seen that do insanity correct. Bugs crawling on your screen, weird sounds, other shit.
Yeah,
like,
fuck with the players, you know?
Mess with your players, make them psychologically fucked, because that is what this game did to you. Mess with their psyche, because that is the whole point of playing horror. This game did that in spades, and I never see horror do that. It's all about jump scares and garbage now. Like, fuck that noise. I want to psychologically.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah.
I want to psychologically torment my character. I want to psychologically torment my players. Like, goddamn, it's so good. Like, please, I want insanity shit like this again. I want somebody to, like, do a fake blue screen so it's like a streamer is like, oh shit, I'm like, what? Wait a minute, how am I blue screen? I still see chat.
Oh man, imagine if they had a streamer mode. Make it so that it would have effects that would specifically happen to streamers.
One of the best horror games in recent years that does, like, psychological, like, off-the-cuff trolls, like trolling with, like, psychological horror stuff, was the free game that came out with Doki Doki Literature Club, where it, like, it knows the name of your computer and, like, stuff like that, and, like, uses, like, real information from your computer to fuck with you. That is a cool game.
I want to play through that game again now, damn you.
Damn. I think Five Nights at Freddy negatively impacted the horror genre as well. I agree.
Yes.
And I think that
absolutely.
I think the problem with, like, Five Nights at Freddy's and other, like, popular games when it comes to, like, certain franchises is that they appeal a lot to, like, clickbait culture and like 5-second gratification clips, like booga 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 scream, person laughs. I think that's, like, kind of like the concept. And yeah, I have a jump scare on my stream and people use it and it is funny to catch me off guard. I agree.
It's hilarious, especially whenever it's playing in a clip that you know is coming.
But like the thing is, like, there's a difference when you base an entire game around it, and it's like the entire experience is just that. I think jump scares are cool when they're very minuscule. Like, if you use, like, 2 or 3 jump scares in a whole long, drawn-out, like, scary, like, game, that's more interesting to me. I have it because it's funny. Yeah, I agree, but there's a difference. Like, mine are random, and I never know when they're going to happen. Five Nights at Freddy's, you know what's going to happen every goddamn time because literally it's every time you die.
Yeah, the horror doesn't really actually come from the jump scares in that game so much as it comes from the tension being built up of trying to keep it from happening.
Yeah.
And it's just not the same.
You try to warn me, but other people that use it don't. There have been plenty of times where I've been zoned right into a game and people have used that and have literally given me a heart attack.
Suddenly gunshot.
Yeah, suddenly gunshot, exactly. A gunshot still scare me, like, randomly. But yeah, I think Five Nights at Freddy's, I think it's fine. I think it's a fine series. I've never liked it personally. I think it's okay. Um, but I understand why it became popular because, like, okay, and I know this because I've done a lot of research, and a lot of times people play games that appeal to children, and that's why they're popular. And a lot of times games like Five Nights at Freddy's or Fortnite and stuff, they do things that are like instant gratification stuff that are like instantly appealing to people, so like they instantly feel engaged. And that is what that does for children like that are watching. Like they know what's going to happen, therefore it's engaging. When you don't know what's going to happen or it's like a tense long situation, children lose interest. And unfortunately, most streamers are basing their entire economy off of younger viewers watching their stuff, even if it's mature rated content, like horror games, because that's just the people who have the most free time are teenagers and children, right? So like that's just why a lot of people focus their shit on, I'm a 30-year-old playing Minecraft still, like, you know? And that's my entire personality.
I'm a 46-year-old that plays Minecraft. You watch your mouth.
Okay. But that's not what I'm saying, though. I'm saying, like, they wake up every day and they stream Minecraft doing weird shit to appeal to children. Like, I'm going to be the first Minecraft builder to get to the bedrock bottom in 5 seconds, and I'm going to do it while wearing a funny hat. Because they're just trying to appeal to, like, that demographic. Like, I don't think playing Minecraft's bad. I was a Minecraft admin on a big server for a long time. I love that game. But, like, I think that there's a just disingenuous group of people that are streamers and content makers that target children. And that is
They really are.
And that is their entire personality.
You know, that could be the topic of an entirely different video.
Yeah, let's call out a bunch of really famous people with stands that are just gonna attack us. Because that's another thing. If you build up a young audience of people that watch you for years, they become very, very emotionally attached to you. Weird how that works out.
Oh, that is a thing, let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the reasons I kind of dropped out of the spotlight for as long as I did back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you all about that sometime.
But going back to Eternal Darkness.
Corpses.
Amazing game. Amazing soundtrack. Amazing visuals. We'll never get another one. Amazing mechanics. Fun progression system in the form of like storytelling. It's amazing. If anyone ever liked horror game ever in their entire existence, highly recommend playing Eternal Darkness at least once in your life. Phenomenal.
Absolutely. Everyone
Phenomenal
should
game.
touch this game.
So good. I think I will play a playthrough of this game on my stream at some point. But let's move on to another one of yours, Fringe.
Yes, next up. I was thinking about how you mentioned cell shading earlier.
Yes.
And the very first game I can remember that had that kind of style was a game called Oni. O-N-I.
I feel like there's a Oni made by Bungie? It's a Bungie game?
I think it was, yeah.
Oh,
That's
wow.
the one. I didn't even think it was Bungie.
Apparently it is.
Bungie when they were cool.
Bungie back when they were cool and they didn't just make a really bad MMO. Oh my god, it's Proto Master Chief. Lol. Sometimes I forget how long Bungie's been making games for. Hold on. So this is basically around the time when they first started trying doing cell shading.
Yep.
Yeah, so you can see how they like smoothed out the graphics. Like that's kind of like what they started doing, where they would just like do this like smooth painted look. And a lot of games like started doing this, but some of them like started doing sharper edges and stuff. Like Dragon Ball games were a good example of that, where they started doing sharp black lines and really like accentuating like different parts of it. Artistically wise, it almost he just DDT'd. That's funny.
DDT.
One of the things that's fun about this has a fun fighting game system. That's fun. Nice combat system.
Yeah, this game was a blast.
So this game kind of reminds me of just like art style wise of Ghost in the Shell a little bit.
Yeah, it was clearly inspired by Ghost in the Shell, especially once you really get into the gameplay. I mean, you are playing as a cybernetically enhanced agent of one sort or another, and you have to foil a plot to destroy the world and all the usual stuff.
As one does.
The plot really wasn't that much to write home about, honestly. I barely even remember it. But the gameplay and that look, for the time, it was just so cool.
I like when, like I said, I like when games try to do like visually different things, and that's like around the time period when I started trying to do that. Perfect Dark is a good example of that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Perfect Dark. N64 adult emulator? Oh, there is actually. I almost forgot about that. They actually have adult emulators.
Wait, they do? What does that mean?
Yeah, for the more mature games.
Where is my Contra's Bad Fur Day?
Right? Like, come on, guys.
Man. Speaking of Contra's Bad Fur
Any
Day.
case.
But
And the
continue.
memories I have of this game, though, the way combat worked was just, it was really neat and flowing. You could, combo this into that into this. And yeah, you see that you could do those wrestling moves like DDTs and suplexes.
I was gonna say that the combat system looked really interesting because it seemed like it had like a very like almost Dante Dead or Alive Devil May Cry style sort of fighting stuff. Where you like jump
Yeah, and
around
this was before
combat.
This was before Devil May Cry really became big.
Yeah. This kind of like feels almost like a predecessor to like that kind of like gunplay with like physical combat combo fighting system sort of thing that they started doing like later on.
Ah, yes. And there were so many little secrets here and there in that game. I knew various cheat codes that let you play as other characters.
That's cool. Cheat codes are a thing we could have an entire episode about, I'm sure.
Oh, abso-fucking-lutely.
My God.
Man, the stuff that they used to hide behind cheat codes. Down, up, left, A, right, down.
The first programming language I ever learned was hex code because it was used to like break a lot of old games. Pokemon was a particular one I liked to hack when I was really young.
Oh no, what did you do to Pokemon?
Horrible things.
Oh, in this particular game, you saw briefly this little girl with pink hair and pigtails and everything, right? Well, she's actually something of a information processing android.
Interesting.
And I used the cheat code to play as her with a gigantic fucking gun at one point. It was hilarious.
One thing about cheat codes I always loved is like they were like almost like the wish lists, almost like wish lists for like the developers. Like they would add these things in because like they would have probably like these ideas like, wouldn't it be cool if you could play as this character, but you really can't because they're not part of the story, or they're not part of that thing. You know, like they just added cheat codes so you could just do that.
Wait, you do, Tegan?
It's a while watching.
Oh man,
oh my God.
You really kept that stuff for a long time.
I do. I have crap from like so long ago and from old game data that I have stored on old hard drives that I still own.
Ah, of course it is. Oh, dude. I wish that I could have kept hold of my data, but no. My kind of luck, you know. I've had
Fair.
I've had far too many hardware malfunctions.
I mean, that's understandable. It happens. Tech is finicky. It's hard to keep everything from the past. Why so many people try to be like data like saviors where they just put shit on the internet where they can have like backup copies of shit, archiving things forever. There's like a bunch of like old VHS's like shows that I kind of wish existed still from my childhood that I still vividly remember, but I don't know that they don't really exist anywhere. I think a great example of this was like a cassette that I used to have my mom rent me like all the time, like when I was like really young, was called Ketchup Vampires, and I don't know why I love that goddamn show so much, but I used to just love watching them.
Ketchup Vampires.
It was about a group of vampires that just ate ketchup, and like whenever their relatives visited like the other real vampires, they would always just hide the fact that they didn't hurt anybody, and they were just really nice to everyone. It gave off very.
Oh my goodness!
It was very much. It gave off very much like almost Addams Family vibes in a lot of ways because they were just like really weird, like people like.
Yes, Count Duckula.
Count Duckula. Aw, yeah.
I remember Count Duckula.
This is like old media that you just can't get anymore. It's crazy. Stuff that just never made it to discs or other stuff. There's so much stuff that was on VHS that just lost just forever.
That is unfortunately the nature of things. Lost media.
Yeah.
Lost games. Lost TV shows.
Lost games, lost TV shows, lost adaptations of some things, which is crazy.
I feel like today we've gone over so much stuff that inspired so many things in the future that people are never going to realize that, you know, this is where it came from.
It's always funny to me
because they'll never see it.
It's always funny to me when like newer gamers like talk about certain games and they're just like, they talk about like, oh, this is the first game to ever do this, and I'm just like, no. This is the first game to maybe become super popular and do this, sure. But no.
Oh, the best Sonic animated series.
Oh, that one? Yeah. I actually had that one on DVD, but my dog ate it.
Your dog ate a DVD.
My dog ate a lot of my games and DVDs by accident one day.
Oh no.
Not my Cool Spot freaking Sega game. Rip Cool
Why?
Spot.
Cool Spot.
Rip Cool Spot forever.
You know, that's another game that could potentially go on this list.
This is why we're gonna have multiples of these retro streams, because there are so many games that could be on this list. I'm sure I'm gonna come up with like 100 of more games like after we're done this. But yeah, this game seems really cool. I definitely see like how it could have influenced a lot of things, like especially just the combat system.
Yeah, the combat system in Oni, the way that it controlled and everything, they didn't have, they didn't have anything like it at the time. A whole lot of, press this direction and, move your mouse this way and you can attack like this. Or if you were pressing a different direction, you do a different attack. It's just
I've always loved
wild.
the
It's
games
all
when
positional.
I always loved getting games starting to adapt other games' stuff into them to see if they would work. Fighting games, like their systems being implemented into like action shooters and action games, I really enjoyed that. It's like when we started getting like combo-oriented like games like outside of fighting games. It was really cool. They don't. I mean, they still do that with things like Bayonetta and stuff now.
That brings me back to Warframe again, because it's got combo systems and stuff like that. Various types of styles for weapons. The more combos you build up, the more stuff you can do with them.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. I like that when games kind of implement that stuff into them from the past, or even other franchises, fusing them together into like a new kind of franchise.
And this music is a jam.
Yeah. This one's pretty cool.
This is one of those old school electronica tracks,
Let's go off on another game.
Yes, what is your next one?
My next one is a game that I feel like oh shoot. I clicked something there by accident. Get out of here. Alright. There are rumors that this game is getting a remake, but rumors are rumors.
Hey, hasn't been officially announced yet. It's on the table.
Pretty much. There we go. So, this game is an RPG that got overshadowed by Final Fantasy VII, basically. Because it came out around the same time. Final Fantasy just got kind of all the attention, and it kind of made this game kind of pushed into obscurity. This is Legend of Dragoon. I think Legend of Dragoon is probably one of the best RPGs ever made. Up there with like Chrono Trigger and stuff like that, and it just criminally underrated.
I mean, Final Fantasy had the big name.
Unfortunately, which it still does, unfortunately. This game also had big rendered cutscenes like Final Fantasy, and like this was very like cinematic for the time that it came out.
Turn-based combat with real-time elements.
I know. Sounds very similar to something that just came out recently that got like a lot of people talking, called Expedition 33, as if the idea didn't exist before. I was so angry when people were like, "Oh my god, no one's ever done this." I'm like, Legend of Dragoon is from PS2.
Let's take a time machine back to the early aughts, shall we?
God damn, bro. I hate when people are always like, they go, "Oh my god, no game's ever done this." And I'm just like, yes, they have. This is why I said
You
this
can
game
even
is,
lumberjack.
This is why I said this game is so underrated. Like, this game had like a revolutionary combat system for RPGs way back when it came out, and nobody noticed. Hello, Annie.
Annie! Expedition 33 who?
Yeah.
This looks more appealing than that,
The
if
game
you
is
ask me.
Really cool. I would highly recommend this. Reload at the same time.
Pistols that you reloaded at the same time. Oh.
Oh god, I know what game you're talking about. I know what game you're talking about. Oh my god, what the hell's the name of this game? I know what this game is. I know what he's talking about. You had like 2 pistols and you would like reload them and you would like keep going. Like this shit was cool.
I like whenever a game actually, pays some attention to the reload animations and stuff like that,
Dude,
and
I know
makes it fun.
I know what game you're talking about. See, this is one of the problems with doing a nostalgia and like a retro thing is like it brings up memories of all the other shit that used to exist that I played and I can't remember the name. Oh man. All right, so Legend of Dragoon, it had a really cool combat system that you got to see a little bit of just now, where it was like rhythm based, where you're like, sorry,
You all right?
yeah, I'm fine. It was basically rhythm based, but it wasn't just rhythm based. Every time you got a new weapon, every weapon would have a different rhythm to it. Like, so you would have to like learn how to attack with the different weapons. So like every time you get an upgrade, they would like have different timing to like get maximum damage and stuff. It was such a unique battle system, but it made it like feel less clunky for a turn-based game, because a lot of the problems that turn-based games have is that they just feel slow. This game was interactive in a way that like lets you like fight through them. A little bit similar for this game, and by the way, a PS1 game, not a PS2, I forgot. PS1 game.
Even earlier.
So this game, yeah. So the only game I could compare this to combat system-wise is Paper Mario. Because Paper Mario also had a kind of rhythmic system to it, to where like you would attack and you would have to like time your attacks, and then time your blocks to like try to capitalize on blocking good.
Ooh.
Oh, that does sound...
Go Mobile Armor Division.
That does sound really familiar. I definitely played that.
Well, maybe we can have a look at it after this.
Yeah. So, like, Legend of Dragoon, not only does it have, like, just a really good storyline, but, like, its visuals are really cool, the combat systems is super solid. Definitely one of the better, like, just RPGs. Like, it's so good. It had its own unique universe. It felt, like, really cool storytelling-wise. Like, it's definitely up there with the Final Fantasy. It just never got the recognition that it deserved, and it kind of just like fell off because, again, it came out around the same time as Final Fantasy VII did, and it just kind of just didn't get any recognition because of that. This is one of the few RPGs, by the way, that was made exclusively by Sony. Like, this is actually a Sony product, like an actual Sony product, not just them as the distributor. They actually made this game.
And listen to that music. That's authentic CD audio.
Yes, on the PS1.
Yeah.
The music in this game is really good. By the way, this is back in the day where when the game was too big, instead of making 5 games, they just gave you 5 discs. This game had 5 discs.
Unless, of course, it was Xenogears and then they had to chop off the end.
So, like, this game had multiple discs that you would use to play it because, like, you would get past a certain part of the story and then you would need to continue. This game is long. It's fun. There's tons of shit to do in a game. Like, it was so good. And it's just so overlooked as a game. I would love to see this get a remaster or a remake. There's been rumors for years it's gonna get it. No confirmations. But yeah, this is one of those, like, forgotten games. Like, God, I wish it had anything like modern. I guess like the most spiritual successor this game is gonna have is Expedition 33 because it has the same combat system.
You know, if Expedition 33's got anything going for it, maybe that's the reason I'll check it out.
To be fair, I've heard really good things about Expedition 33. But I do just think that it's kind of silly that people, like, look at its combat system and they're just like, no one's ever done this before. We're an RPG. And that's like, no, that is very untrue.
Just what I've seen has really appealed to me so far, but putting it into this lens, maybe I can enjoy it a bit.
I think Expedition 33 is probably worth playing. Like, it's a fast-paced RPG. I think it's fast-paced, turn-based RPG. Just like this game was. I think this game is probably worth playing if you like just classic RPGs and you like want a faster, like more intuitive experience. Very good game.
Okay, yeah, I can imagine that from an early PC game where it's just like, oh crap, my computer's doing stuff by itself.
Insert game. This tray opens on own. Oh! Could be worse. So like whenever like they had multiple disc games for like certain what was it, PlayStation 2 games, like it would just spit the disc out. Hurry, grab your disc, it's gonna hit the floor. Oh!
Yeah, remember those types of CD drives that would just pull it in and spit it out? Yeah.
Eject it.
So,
oh man. But yeah, this game's amazing. It has all the classic just RPG like hidden stuff. There's like loot you can find all over the place. It is a very classical turn-based RPG style. It has quick time events. It has like really good solid combat, really good solid story. The only thing I can say is that I wish that this franchise became popular over Final Fantasy because I think it is a better RPG franchise. Like, it's a better system for a combat game, and I want to say that like Final Fantasy didn't really get different combat styles until like PS4 era, PS3. Like they really didn't reinvent the wheel for their combat system for a really long time.
Final Fantasy X-2. Final Fantasy X-2 is when they really started toying with stuff, and
we don't talk about that game.
It was still, yeah.
we don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that game.
We don't talk about X-2. X-2 was an experiment gone wrong. But yeah, I will admit that like 10-2 they kind of experimented with some stuff, but then they just defaulted back to not doing it in like 12. And 11
pretty princess dress up.
Pretty princess dress up.
With guns!
Those 3 characters are in Kingdom Hearts and they work for Maleficent. They've never explained why ever.
Adore that too. The fact that they're just evil fairies.
They're just evil fairies in that game, and they don't explain why. They never have, and I'm just like, what?
I thought that was hilarious of them. I still want to know why, but still.
I just don't understand. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. And the 3 of them are just evil fairies working for Maleficent, and they never explain why ever. Ever! They have canonically never mentioned why they're there.
Be sure you do it with a fish, Tegan, just for old time's sake.
Tegan, I am right there with you. I have played a lot of Kingdom Hearts, and that is one of the mysteries that I've always just been like, why? Why these specific characters?
I will have to introduce you to the fish beat someday, X.
What, throwing ducks at me isn't good enough? Kingdom Hearts is a great series if you don't mind having your brain just like slightly melt as it goes on.
It's a fantastic game series, if anything, or, you know, the gameplay.
I would say
if you try to follow the plot, then yes, I hope that you have a crazy supercomputer as a brain.
Yeah, I think the thing with Final Fantasy is, or not Final Fantasy, but Kingdom Hearts is like, the longer the game series has gone on, the more convoluted they made the backstory. When originally it was just like, hey, this is a cool like concept and the background's interesting, and then they're just like, let's add more to this. Let's add more to this. Let's add more to this until like the plot is so like, what the fuck is happening? That they needed like multiple books and side games to try to explain anything. If you canonically just play Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, and 3, you have absolutely no idea what's happening.
We didn't really need a deep philosophical dive into the meaning of darkness.
Really, I just thought the game was cool because it was about friendship and Disney characters, but you know, it's fine.
Right, Freud? So they just kind of keep going around in circles, revisiting plot, going to story, etc.
Uh-huh. They should have never explained the Keyblade battles and shit. That was... They should have never explained the lore of how Keyblades work. That was like the worst mistake they ever did, because it's so weird. So, do you know how Keyblades work, Fringe? Would you like to know?
Sure.
So if you ever meet anyone who has a Keyblade and you touch it, or they touch you, and your heart is good, like strong enough, you have the ability to now manifest a Keyblade of your own. And that is it.
Ruben, touch me! Touch me, I know you're out there.
I mean, they literally, like, they make it sound like it's more complicated than that, but it's really not. Like, they just, you kind of just, it can happen by accident, but it can be purposely done, obviously, but, like, that's why, like, in the past, there apparently were, like, thousands of Keyblade users, because there were just that many people that had Keyblades, and, like, just were introducing Keyblades used to be, like, the equivalent of there being just Jedi everywhere, but then suddenly all of them got wiped out during the war, and then there was only, like, a few left. So in the time period you're in Kingdom Hearts, there's only, like, 3 Keyblades left, and they haven't been able to give them to other people because most of the masters are gone.
Okay, so Keyblades are basically like lightsabers and the Force put together a little bit, just without the midichlorians.
A little bit, yeah. Which is why, like, later on in the franchise, like, more people have Keyblades because they've been hanging around with, like, Sora and things like that. In that respect, it's like, why doesn't Donald and Goofy have Keyblades at this point? Like, shouldn't they?
You would think they... Why do they not? Especially Donald. Donald should have something to beat people over the head with.
But anyway, Legend of Dragoon, if you like RPGs, especially like older classic style RPGs, 100% recommend. Highly rate this game. It is very good. Very, very good. We're going to do an ad break, and then we're going to talk about more games.
All right.
How are you feeling?
See you guys. I think I've got one more run in me.
Okay. See you
So,
guys in a minute.
See you guys after ad break.
Remember, guys, don't let your monsters roam free, because they'll probably murder you. He's totally not. They know that I know that. So the answer is this one, because I can't do this. So some bomb is going to come out of nowhere and blow this up. And it's going to be like, haha, you should have gone to this one anyway, even though you can't blow it up with fire. That's my choice. Final decision. I knew it! You! No! No! So fucking debated this now. Failure real fast, hold on.
Alright, you gonna try to jump across, Trip?
You can do a Trip. I believe in you. It's definitely not for a TikTok reel. Go for it.
It's I'm so dead.
Okay.
Hey! Oh, no. She made she made it just to die. We look at all the things and the stuff. I have been trying to make a timer that can like predict ads properly. Jesus Christ, Christmas. But it's a pain in the ass, basically. That's a spike, but what if there's something in this? I got the one up! Ha! Fuck! I forgot about the fireball. Please don't clip that. Please don't clip that. Please don't clip that. No! Stop. Somebody's...
Because he's, you know... No, your box! You put stuff inside of the box!
I mean, fair.
Man.
I get what...
This garbage can that I have here is box-shaped. It has garbage in it, because it's a garbage can.
Okay, all right. I see what you're getting at.
Are we rating now?
Yeah, we can click the start raid button. I was just trying to think if I had any more announcements, but I don't think so. It'll be like 2 weeks before I can stream again.
Fair enough. Last thing we need is Donald Duck to hit people over the head with something. I mean... No, that's spaghetti. That was spaghetti. That time I spaghetti. I managed to just jump up there and hit it instantly. Were you waiting for that? Were you waiting? Were you waiting, Exile? Were you like, oh my god? But they just don't, and I don't understand it because they're like the only fighting game. They're like the only fighting game company that doesn't do that. Like that doesn't make skins for characters. Bro! I didn't mean to do that. I hit the... I accidentally hit the fucking... Oh, no! Hi, I'll prepare the cannon for you. Nice. Wherever the hell that is. That is far away from where we are standing. Cannon ready. Thanks. Ah, slippery. Bring you back. Ah! No, wait, hold on, chat. Ah! No!
Game over.
I have caffeine.
Welcome back.
Yay, thank you.
Okay. Shout out to Guide to Nerdhood. Makes really cool Digimon content. He's on my front page right now.
Guide to Nerdhood, huh?
Yeah, Guide to Nerdhood. They only stream on YouTube. I ran into their videos like a couple months ago, and they're just a cool Digimon guy. I like them. They're cool. They make cool content.
I will sip it carefully, Tegan. As long as I don't have too much, it won't knock me out.
Fringe. What is your next game?
You know, Tyrion 2000. Let's talk about Tyrion 2000.
You might have to spell that for me.
Tyrian 2000.
TWR?
No, TYR.
TYR. TYR.
IAN.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
At 2000? Okay.
2000.
Was this made in 2000?
Oh no. This was a DOS game.
Ooh, okay. That does look like a DOS game. Oh god, it's like a Galaga style game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love
Up
these.
down, shoot 'em up.
I fucking love these. I got super obsessed with the one that's in UFO 50. That one's so good.
Star Wasper.
Yeah, Star Wasper's so good, bro. I could play that for years. I'm not good at them
It's so
anymore.
fucking
Like
hard.
I'm not good at like bullet hells anymore, but I used to be like so good at them. But now I'm like ass at them. But I love them. They're so cool. I think bullet hells are some of the most fun games.
They are. Just as long as you can, learn how to spot the patterns and everything and start moving inside the patterns.
Yeah.
You can make it look so neat while doing so much cool stuff.
They're almost like dances, like crazy. Like that's how I always see them. Is like these kind of things are just like dances. Like you're constantly moving, and there's 2-player mode in a DOS game. That's fucking sick.
Correct.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yeah, this is a game that I will go back to time and again just because, once again, it was very innovative. It had great graphics, it had great sound, and there was just so much you could do to customize your ship throughout the game. And, it's like so many shoot 'em ups that you would see, even these days, don't really do stuff like that.
Yeah.
There were secret levels, hidden in secret levels, hidden in secret levels. There were entire secret paths through the game.
That's why I always really enjoyed the Metal Slug series, because it was similar to other like Contra style games, but it had like a bunch of fun secrets, multiple secret levels, pathways you could go down, and just fun like secret ways to do things. It had a lot of comedy in it, and it's one of the reasons I love that franchise. That's another franchise I kind of wish continued, but they were bought recently, and now they're a tactics game. Which is a weird...
I saw that!
Weird change.
What the hell?
Yeah, I'm not really sure I understand what happened there. The company that bought that franchise, they went into a complete different direction with them. I'm not 100% sure what happened there. But yeah, Metal Slug is definitely up there with my list of games I wish would have a resurgence.
Oh man, Tegan Sylpheed. Sylpheed was... That was a great franchise too. I am going to talk about Sylpheed sometime.
Yeah.
Not today, but sometime.
Yeah. But yeah, this looks really good. I really like these kind of games. The old, Galaga. Galaga is one of the first games that me and my dad ever, bonded with. I even bought him one of those, 100-game system games that have, all, tons of retro games on them because it had Galaga on it.
Yeah, shoot 'em ups were some of the earliest games that, I really got into. And yeah, it started with Galaga, Galaxian, Space Invaders. Space Invaders was one of the first games I remember playing.
There's a bunch of really good snowboarding games, Rathel, that just don't exist anymore. It's kind of crazy that, there's a couple BMX games and snowboarding games that kind of just got overshadowed by Tony Hawk, and then everyone kind of focused on skateboarding games forever, and then like all of a sudden none of those games existed anymore. They just kind of went in a different direction video game wise, and then we just kind of stopped getting like weird extreme sports games. I used to love like a lot of the extreme sports games. They were really fun.
So, did you ever play Gaplos, Tegan? The one where you get the tractor beam and you get to capture enemies.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yep, Gaplos.
Spell that in chat for everybody.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Gaplos.
Interesting. Hello,
Alina. Hello to my fox wife.
But yeah, anybody who likes like Galaga or Tyrion, Star Whisper, and UFO 50's a must play in my opinion. It feels very much like playing these. Super good. We don't get enough games like these anymore, unfortunately. These don't exist.
Yeah, and they're so freaking fun, and you know that's the entire point of a game is fun.
Yeah, you don't really need like a game to have like crazy story or plot. Just interesting, fun mechanics are usually fun enough.
That's one of the things I do like about Tyrion, though. It does have a plot, and it's so freaking tongue-in-cheek. It's hilarious.
Those are always fun too, where you just add like a little bit of plot into these type of games for just the fun of it.
At one point, an artifact called Zinglon's nose gets stolen. Guess what you find at the end of the game? A nose.
A nose. Oh my god. It knows. It knows. We have to get it back because it knows.
Ooh, Parsec. I remember, I think it was Kupo talking about Parsec.
And I'm trying to think of like the spiritual successor to Asteroid that I used to play a lot of.
Let's see, there were a few of those. I know one was called Blasteroids that allowed you to basically have a warp that you couldn't quite control.
I think it might have been that. God,
yeah, that was
you know
the
what,
feature that really stood out on that
man,
one.
you know what this reminds me of? And it's like another game franchise from back like in this time period that doesn't exist anymore. The breaking block games, like where you like have the bouncy ball and you would like bounce it back and forth. There was like the Pong successors. Like,
oh, the breakout genre.
Breakouts, yeah, those are so fun. I love.
Did you know that there is actually going to be a new Breakout?
Is there really?
Released by Atari, no less.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yep, and it looks great.
Breakout was so fun. Like, it was one of those games that was legitimately fun because it was like a combination of like pinball and like pinball and just ping pong, basically.
Great, now we have Gauntlet happening over here.
Oh god.
Orange Squirrel is about to die.
Oh no. Bubble. I heard about the Bubble Bobble roguelike. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be insane too now.
That I saw that and I was like,
that needed to come back.
See, that's I like when game companies do that, where they like reimagine an old franchise somewhere in a slightly different way. I think that's pretty cool. Like reimagining an old franchise and give it like fresh life, I think it's pretty cool. Like I feel like Mega Man could easily come back as a roguelike game. Like,
I mean, look at what 30XDX has accomplished.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine that, but actually with Mega Man characters.
Yeah. Could be good. I mean, Mega Man has a huge list of friggin' bosses you could bring back for something like that. Could you imagine if it was like Mega Man, but everything? Like all of the bosses from Mega Man X, all in one game? You could call it like
Abso-freaking
you could call it like Mega Man Time Warp or something like that, or like Time Collision, and just like make it to where like all of the time and dimensions are clashing, and you're going through these like crazy paradoxical, like parallel dimension versions of boss stages. Like that would be so fucking cool.
You hear us, Capcom? We're giving you a way to include Volnut.
Exactly. You could even have like the characters from like the 3D Mega Man games in there if you wanted to.
Yeah, it's like, hey, you know, here's a way you could continue the Legends thing.
Yeah.
As well as, you know, everything else. You could make all the fans happy.
Yeah, you could literally incorporate all of them. Like, give them like 3D models in the 2D world, like to make them like really stand out as like they don't belong here.
Just imagine if we actually did have the graphics looking like the actual earlier Mega Man Legends games for the 3D parts.
See, like that would be cool, man. Like there have been games that like you changed what the art style looks like when you go to different locations. Imagine if the game did that. Like that would be so cool.
And it would tell the fans, hey, we've been listening and we love you.
Exactly. Listen to me, and like Capcom, I am smarter than you. Do what I say.
This painting is missing something. It's missing talent.
True.
Your brother was a character, Tegan.
My God.
But this game, this
got a banger soundtrack.
There's
too.
a whole lot of the soundtrack actually is one of the biggest things in this game that really caught my attention. It's like there's a hugely varied soundtrack, and stuff like this. It's like, man, they really went hard.
Man.
Will you help me, please?
Lol.
Whoa.
What was that?
I don't know.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's Lena. Thank you for the uwu.
I was like, where did the sound effect come from? I thought I turned everything off. I forgot Blurp was still on.
I kind of love that, though.
Kind of startled me because I thought it was from the music. I'm like, where the fuck did uwu come from in the Tyrant fucking Tyrion 2000 uwu? I was like, what the fuck? I thought it was part of the soundtrack. I was like, what the fuck?
Yes, it was well ahead of its time. It even predicted memes.
It predicted uwu in the future. It really was in 2000.
And Alina over here trying her best to look innocent.
I don't buy it. Yeah, there's so many like just arcade classic games I think would be just so good to come back. I think UFO 50 did a really good showcase of retro style games that like should exist that don't.
Folks really loved that in UFO 50, and
Yeah.
I think that, you know, more stuff like that could really be fantastic. You know?
I think UFO 50 was a great showcase of like, here are concepts of like old style like innovation. Like just go out and make cool shit. Have you not heard of UFO 50, Tegan? Oh my God, go look it up, go buy it. Go do it.
Tegan.
Go forth. I will bet you money that you will enjoy that game to some degree. That is one of the most highly recommended games I will ever recommend to anyone. UFO 50 is a love letter to retro.
I will tell you all about it later, Tegan. And if you so desire, I will even stream it just for you.
It is
just
amazing. It is a love letter to retro and arcade games. It is amazing. too difficult.
Yes,
for a guy
it
to, like,
is
learn.
truly difficult.
They definitely don't hold back on how hard that game is. Some of the games kicked my ass, and I was like, Jesus Christ. They don't hold your hand in that game, and I think that's good. Because I think that too many games do that nowadays.
It's true to the era that it's trying to simulate.
The coin stealing era. The coin
Bingo.
stealers. But I think the thing is like, I like challenging things. Like, I always have. Like, I don't mind playing games that are just purely story-based, like, enjoyment. I think that's fine. But I do think that there's a sort of, like, cathartic feeling of accomplishment when you beat difficult things that a lot of gamers nowadays don't even have.
Yeah, I like to compare it to, eating a spicy pepper. Some people like their peppers a little milder, But some folks, like you and me, yeah, we want it nice and hot so that we can get that endorphin rush at the end.
I want the pain.
And it's like that with games.
Because the pain is memorable.
Let me tell you, some of the things I've done in 30XDX with Z, it just would not have been the same if it had been an easy task.
I will tell you right now, I've lived a decently harsh life in a lot of ways. I remember the painful things in life more than I remember the pleasurable things, and that is true for gaming as well. The most challenging challenges, you will remember beating those way more than you'll remember the story of a nice game you played through once. Something challenging and hard will stay with you, while something easy and, like, forgettable or whatever, you'll be like, that was a fun experience, and then a year later you'll never remember playing that game.
It's like, someone talks about this game, and, they mention the title directly, and you're like, huh? What's that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then they'll describe it, and it's like, oh, yeah,
I did
yeah.
that, yeah. I remember playing that game. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like the difficulty in UFO 50 is super good. I like it. I'm glad that it is what it is. And obviously not all of them are that hard, because not all games are hard like that. Like, some of the games are pretty easy, which is fine.
Yeah. Oh, Tegan, I'm going to have to get Drunken Noodle next payday.
What's Drunken Noodle?
My favorite food. It is a Thai dish similar to Pad Thai, but made with flat noodles instead of the usual sort of
curly noodles.
Yeah, curly noodles, and they're going to be different from every single place you order them from, because they're supposed to live up to their name. It's a type of noodles that you can just throw together when you're drunk.
Interesting.
And they're usually very spicy.
That sounds fun.
Oh, they are delicious almost every time. Whenever I go to a new restaurant and I see it on the menu, I will always order the Drunken Noodle, not only because it's my favorite, but it gives me a litmus test of just how good the place is.
I like spicy stuff too. I think there's obviously like a threshold where like I like spicy things, but then like I also like if it's too spicy, like it gets to like the level where it's like I no longer taste the flavor of the food. That's usually where I don't like it.
I like it up to about ghost pepper spicy, because ghost peppers are delicious, but you get beyond that and yeah, it is just spice for the sake of being hot.
Yeah. I mean, I think that there are some like good ghost pepper recipes that are nice, but some of them are also like just blatantly overly hot.
Yeah, I once literally ate a whole ghost pepper.
I know when I used to work in restaurants, I worked at this one restaurant that was run by a bunch of Egyptian guys, and like after work we would like sit around the bar and we would drink beer and just eat like just raw jalapeno peppers.
No, jalapeno are fucking delicious though.
Yeah, well that was just like what they did, because like the food they made was like so much spicier than jalapenos that jalapenos are basically just like candy for us after work.
And yeah, I'm alive, Tegan, but let me tell you, I was practically on fire for about 2 hours straight.
One thing that's really good about eating spicy food, like really spicy food, is that like it opens up all your pores, it clears out your system. It can really like just it does a lot of really good things for your blood circulation too. Like spicy food's actually like surprisingly really good for you. Like if you don't eat it like too much. Like if you eat it like once a week, it can clear out your system pretty well.
Indeed.
All right, let's talk about another game. We've talked about
Yes,
a lot of
next.
This led us to like a retro arcade like rant.
You know, you were mentioning Rampage earlier.
I do love Rampage. That's a franchise I kind of would love to see as well. We're gonna talk about this racing game next because this racing game kind of leads into another game franchise afterwards.
Yes, it does.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
Want to meet the fastest monkey in the jungle? Check out Diddy Kong Racing for Nintendo 64. Not your everyday racing game, this one is chock full of exploration, wild adventure and excitement. Your old pal Diddy Kong and 7 other characters speed through 20 beautiful 3D courses with rivers, waterfalls, tunnels, canyons, lava, snow, rolling hills, even quiet lagoons.
Mappy the mouse.
Choose a plane, hovercraft, or a car.
Frickin'
and use a
Mappy.
different handling technique for each one. Explore off the beaten path.
I always
find
used to love
power-ups and hidden
the
challenges.
rooster.
You can even attack your opponents and fend off their assaults on you. A special versus mode allows 2 to 4 players to compete using any combination of vehicles you want. So grab your rumble packs available as accessories, have a banana, and get ready for a wild racing adventure with Diddy Kong Racing for Nintendo 64. It's a gas.
All right. So let's talk
What
about
a spectacular
this
game that was.
This game, we're gonna talk about a lot of this game because this game, there's a bunch of shit for Diddy Kong Racing. I will say
Practically back with.
this game came out in Nintendo 64. It's still a better, still has a better hub world and story and better side quest stuff to do than Mario Kart World.
Oh, you have an opportunity coming up, Elena. I and Tegan are talking Cyberpunk Red.
Oh, nice. So, Mario Kart World is cool. I think the open world is really cool. I think there's a lot of really good stuff about Mario Kart World. Diddy Kong Racing had a storyline. You unlocked stuff throughout the storyline. It had a big boss. It had boss battles, boss races. It had challenge modes, challenge stuff you could do, time trial challenges. Mario Kart World just came out. I thought it was going to have more like this, like challenges and stuff. It does have some challenges and stuff, but it doesn't have like battle races and cool shit like that this game had. And this game was from forever ago.
Yeah, Diddy Kong Racing was so cool.
Diddy Kong Racing is way ahead of its time. It had battles, it had boss races, it had just fun multiplayer, like playing against your friends was good. It had 3 different racing styles and they all were different. Driving a car and driving on the water, it felt completely different. In Mario Kart, it feels the same. Like driving on the water and driving on the street feel exactly the same in Mario Kart World as it does.
Yeah, it's just aesthetic, really.
It's just aesthetic. Diddy Kong, when you're driving a hover car, it literally felt like you were driving a hover car. You got like tank turning. Like you had to actually figure out how to drive differently. And the same thing was true for the planes. When you were flying in this game, they gave you inverted controllers, and you flew like you were actually flying a plane, and it actually had different mechanical differences depending on if you were a car, a boat, or a plane. So that all the races felt very different. And this is a Nintendo 64 game. It is crazy how much crap was crammed into this one game.
I still don't know whether WizPig or Ganon would win.
I feel like Ganon will win just because WizPig is kind of weak.
It's fair. At least he's fast.
Yeah. This game is really good. Like, there is like a bunch of like secret unlockable characters. For anybody who doesn't know, you can unlock the clock from Time Trials as a character, which like not that many people actually did.
I did that. TT was the best character.
TT, let's go. There was the rooster you can unlock. Like, he was fun. Like, there was a bunch of just stuff that you could just do. Like, you unlock tracks throughout the story mode, so you didn't just have everything right away. You can pretty much play as any character you wanted to throughout the game. It's pretty fun. Again, there was just challenges and races, and it just was good. The soundtrack also really good. A bit simplistic, but it got what you wanted. It got the high intensity like that you wanted from a racing game.
It still felt Donkey Kong.
Yes, it definitely still felt like jungle beats, if that makes sense. Like for like Donkey Kong series, it's like that high energy, but like very like country almost.
And you can still hear that MIDI.
Yeah. There's a banjo in there somewhere. But the point is that...
And this is also the game that debuted Conker.
Yes. So everyone loved the squirrel in this game so much that they made another game for it. Except that they loved the squirrel so much, they made another game for it that was completely rated M and not anything like this game. So one of the most popular characters in Diddy Kong was a squirrel. Everyone fought over playing as it. Conker.
You know, I played him.
And so, like, they actually made another game franchise completely based off of him. And that's gonna be another game we're talking about.
Honestly, I would be up for talking about that next.
Alright.
Ezra, I'm pretty sure we both have a lot to say about that one.
Alright. So let's segue from Diddy Kong Racing, which is honestly one of the best racing games ever out. Honestly, I think that World could have learned more from this game. And a lot of racing games in general, honestly, it's just so good. It just stays. It stands the test of time, honestly.
Mario Kart 8 seems like it tried to learn from it, but didn't quite manage it.
Yeah, I feel like World just definitely tried to go over some things, like with the open world and stuff. But I still feel like Diddy Kong Racing just had more stuff, like it cram-packed into it. Made it feel more alive, like with all the boss battles and crazy shit you could do. I still think that World's good in a lot of ways. I think it's a great game. But I do think Diddy Kong Racing, being from the N64, like, somehow is just... How has it never had a sequel?
It seems absolutely insane to me that we haven't seen anything building directly on it. Especially given what a smash hit it was. Everyone that I know that has played this game in the past has come back absolutely adoring it. Oh dear.
Isn't Conker's bad for a...
the clear parodies.
Hold on. Commercial. I want to see the TV commercial.
I don't feel so good now.
Conker's had a bad night. Well, actually, he's had a very good night. But when Conker wakes up, he has no idea where he is.
Can you help me?
And he's sporting what could be the world's worst hangover. Conker wakes to a world of abusive and hazardous characters.
Look at him! Very good!
Using resourcefulness and cunning, he goes full steam ahead into a series of difficult and dangerous situations. See how a really nice guy handles a really bad day in Conker's Bad Fur Day for your N64.
My God. Dude, there's so much to talk about with this game. Like, holy crap.
I don't know. I forgot about the dog chasing after you and munching up the walkway that you're on, like the shark or not shark, but the whale in Sonic Adventure.
Yeah. Dude, oh man, where do I begin with this game? Okay, so not only does this game have like 1 billion references to 1 billion different franchises, and I mean that literally, like every section is just a homage to something else. I'm not joking. This game,
fucking hilarious.
Every section of this game makes fun of something else. There is a section that makes fun of Saving Private Ryan. There's a section that makes fun of the Alien movies. There's a section that makes fun of the Matrix. There's a section that makes fun of like so many different franchises and games that some of them are subtle and some of them are just big middle fingers.
Yeah, like the game itself is a parody of the genre that it is.
Yeah. So this is like one of the first ever like true parody games. It's crazy because it came out on the Nintendo 64. It's not only just a parody game, but it's also like a very adult themed parody game. There's like tons of sexual innuendo in this game. There's tons of just like straight up like sexual things, straight up just really like raunchy and depraved things that happen in this game, and like brutal hardcore shit that happens as well. It's crazy. Like the shit that got away with in this game is absolutely insane. This would have made a sensor explode now.
On the N64!
On the
somehow.
N64. It's got an M-rated game. It's probably more gory than a Mortal Kombat game.
There's a point where you are literally fighting a giant pile of shit.
Yep. And you're fighting like neo-Nazi teddy bears.
Oh god, the bears, right?
Yeah, the Nazi teddy bears. They do Nazi salutes.
Yeah, I remember them. As a matter of fact, I remember modding Unreal Tournament to include them as bots.
So like, this game is absolutely insane. Not only is it like one of the highest rated N64 games ever because it just did that well. It really did really well. It did so well that they remade it on the Xbox 360 like maybe 6 years later. And that's a great version of the game, don't get me wrong. They fucking censored the shit out of it though. And yeah, the remake was censored compared to the original Nintendo 64 version.
Microsoft couldn't handle what Nintendo was bringing.
Like, that's crazy to me. Like, so like the Nintendo 64 version is still the better version. This game has never seen the light of day again. By the way, I don't know if you know this, Fridge, but the Xbox 360 version had a versus mode where you could play as the teddy bears and the squirrels.
Really?
Yes, you could fight each other as Nazis and American squirrels.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah. This game is absolutely insane. And you want to know one of the craziest parts about this game, and it is something that I still bring up to this day and call out Nintendo for this every fucking time. People bring up how Nintendo can't do voice acting in their games, or it's a stylistic choice, all that bullshit. This is an N64 game that was fully voice acted. Every single line in this game is voice acted. Every single line. And it is a long game with multiple parodies of other things with really good voice acting for the time. Like, Conker is fantastically voice acted in this game. Like, a lot of the
my favorite is the drunk scarecrow.
The drunk scarecrow is amazing. The evil king is fantastic, like, in his minions. Like, where there's like cuts to them talking all the time. Like, it's so good. Like, it builds up great. The storyline in this game is hilarious. There's so much silly shit that happens. It's like if Banjo-Kazooie decided that it had enough of being funny and cheerful. It plays really well. Yeah. It feels really good to play. Like, it's solid gameplay-wise, but it is probably the best adult game ever made before they had things like Grand Theft Auto and shit like being the default of how to make adult games. This is a real adult game where it's a parody of like a platformer, but as an adult game, and they don't really make these anymore.
Yeah, I love how, much like in other collectathons, you know, everything is alive. But it being the game that it is, you know, it toys with that. And whenever you consume one of those alive things to do something, it kills them.
Yeah, they scream.
So, yeah.
Like, one of the like most fucked up jokes in the whole game is like, you make fun of this broom so much it tries to kill itself, but it can't hang itself because it's a broom and it doesn't have an actual neck. Like, that is like, if you made that kind of like joke on the internet now and like you were playing this on YouTube, your video would get taken down.
Conker's Bad Fur Day was just that. Edgy.
It was insane the shit they got away with in this game, bro. Like, everyone has always wanted another one of these games because the quality of how funny this game was. Like, you gotta remember, the contrast to this game, fully voice acted, animated cutscenes, funny as hell, great gameplay, like, had really good mechanics, great boss fights, and it was like a solidly fun game to play. The only other game that you could compare this to at the time was a South Park game that was really shit.
Yeah, I haven't cared for any of the South Park games, really.
I think with South Park is that they're very just like one-note humor, and like that this game isn't. And I think that's one of the things that it was really well written to be this adult funny and not like the shitty like TV comedy that we get from like Family Guy and stuff like that. We get like actual built-up humor in this. The poop humor is actually a giant opera singing shit.
Actually, really poop humor.
Actual poop humor. Like, and yeah, there is a thing where you make the cows like have diarrhea, and that is funny, but it also builds up into like the poop boss, which is so fucking amazing. Like, how could you be better than that, right? Like, so like this game is just like adult humor layered on top of like an actual good game, and I think that's like where it really stands out, is that the gameplay in this game is actually solid. Like, it feels good. It feels like an actual platformer of the time, but like with adult themes. And that's where...
Yeah, that is probably the most... Go on.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, that is one of the most standout parts of the game. Yeah, it's hilarious, it's got all the mature themes, but it's really an awesome game, too.
Yeah. See, that's like the thing
for the play.
That's one of the things that most adult games fail at. Like, most adult humor games or games based on like adult humor or like that are supposed to be funny, is that 90% of the time they make it with the idea of haha, funny in mind, and then the game sucks.
But no, this is just tens all around in my book.
Yeah, this game is amazing.
And I'm not saying that as a squirrel.
Isn't this your origin story?
Except well,
there are similarities.
this requires further investigation.
But yeah, this game's just this is how adult games should be made. The industry, I don't think ever really learned that. I think the only other adult game that has adult humor that I ever thought was really good comparisonly was probably Saints Row. And Saints Row kind of got there over time. Like, Saints Row 1 is not a funny game. That is like that is particularly just a clone of a clone of Grand Theft Auto. But from Saints Row 2 to 4, those games are hilarious. Like, they went really hard into the humor, and they're amazing. Obviously, the new owners of Saints Row kind of fucked up the series, but it's whatever. But those are really good adult humor games. Like, they got really good.
I really should check those out someday.
I would highly recommend playing 3 and 4 and Get Out of the Hell. Like, those 3, like, those are, like, just good. Like, you can just play those 3 and you'll laugh your ass off.
Well, if I acquire them, then I'll make sure to play them on stream.
You can definitely get them really cheap on sale, like from a summer sale or any sort of like Steam sale for like $2. But yeah, 3, 4, and Get Out of Hell. Like those are the definitively good ones. 2 is still like a little serious. I think they kind of like were slowly leading into like it being more humorous to like get out of the shadow of Grand Theft Auto, and then they just went full on, what if we just made this funny? The game.
Yeah, they hadn't really figured out their identity just yet. They were like, let's make it a little funnier than this, make it stand out a little bit. And then later on, they were like, screw it, this is who we are. Boom!
Pretty much, yeah. And I'm sad that we'll probably never get another like good Saints Row game because like the company got bought in the last Saints Row game, and then they made a new Saints Row game and it's pretty much bad. It just it didn't follow any of the beats of the original. It's just trash. Unfortunately, we'll probably never get another one like that. It's unfortunate, but that's gonna end up being one of those things in 10 years we talk about. Hey, you remember Saints Row?
It's like, what? Oh, you mean that Grand Theft Auto-like game? Yo!
Yeah.
Don't say it like that!
Don't say it like
Breaks
that.
my heart.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, going back to Conquer, though, Conquer, I wish they would make either another HD remake, like a real one, like for like modern day, like 4K. But like, honestly, I'm at the point where it's like, I don't even want a remake. I just want them to continue the franchise because they like...
Yeah, give us another Conquer's game.
They
just
ended the game on a cliffhanger, which was intentionally done just to fuck with gamers. And they even admitted to that. We ended on a cliffhanger because we thought it'd be funny.
Yeah, they even gave us a parody of an ending.
Yeah. So, probably never gonna see this franchise again. It's very sad, but my god, I loved it. It is definitively the best adult humored, like, adult game ever made, in my opinion. Like, there really isn't anything that you can compare it to, because it just nothing exists. Like, even looking at, like, some adult funny games that are made now to be intentionally funny, like, looking at, like, Stick of Truth, like, South Park and shit like that, it's still the same crappy humor they've always had. They haven't evolved. Like, so, like, there just really isn't games that come out that are just, like, intentionally adult funny. I'll take that back slightly, because there is a game I saw recently that looked really fucking funny, that had adult humor, and I need to remember what the hell it's called, but it's not something I've played before, but I remember seeing a trailer for it, and I kind of just remembered it. But I'll talk about that again another time. But yeah. Anything you want to add to this?
No, I think we have both encapsulated our feelings about this game quite well. Aside from the fact that I can't stress enough, if you have not played this, please do. It is glorious.
If you like adult humor or big-titted sunflower girls, you'll love this. Oh, Jesus, that's... Oh, I can't believe that. There's so much funny shit in this game, dude. Oh, my God. Oh...
I should fire up a copy of it sometime, just whenever I'm having a bad day.
Right? So good. I still can't believe that this game was fully voice acted in the Nintendo 64 cartridge printer.
Oh, 64!
Fully voice acted and the full game is good and large, like a N64 cartridge. Nintendo has no excuses. Like they just
no, Rare knew what they were doing.
Yeah. Alright. That's it for my list. Do you have any more games, Fringe? Or should we end it on...
I think I'm going to save the rest of my list for another time.
Ending it on Diddy Kong Racing and Conker's Bad Fur Day, yeah. He does come
Yeah,
on. We did talk
with
about that. We just talked about that. We did Diddy Kong Racing first.
Yep, exactly, Tegan. That's how we got here. We got to talking about Conker and Diddy's Bad Fur Day. What the fuck? Diddy Kong.
That's a game. Now that's a game I want to play. I want to play Diddy's Bad Fur Day, where he like gets abandoned by Donkey Kong, and like, and he gets like replaced by somebody else, so he just like gets drunk on banana juice.
Oh my fucking god, that would be so funny.
Oh my god, Nintendo would fucking never. Oh.
Yeah, MDK be the final boss, maybe, sort of. Maybe an hallucination or something.
God, right? King K. Rules is drunk next to him.
Be fucking great. Yeah, Diddy and K. Rool just become drinking buddies or something. Yep, Diddy's Bad Fur Day, Tegan.
Diddy's Bad Fur Day. I would play the
Games
hell
we
out
will
of that.
never see.
Games we'll never see but wish existed. Where's my mods? Like, who wants to make a Diddy's Bad Fur Day game? My god. Alright, who are we rating?
Good question. Who do you got?
I don't know. Maybe Composer, because they're playing UFO 50. We were talking about it.
Ooh, fantastic point. Tegan, want to see some UFO 50?
Yeah, let's go rate Composer.
Let's do it. Big hugs, Riff. Big hugs to Tegan.
Alright, who wants the... What should our raid message be?
Diddy's Bad Fur Day. Game of the Year 2025.
Diddy's Bad Fur Day. Oh no.
That's what I vote.
That's gonna be so confusing. Oh no. Alright, let's raid. Alright, everybody, thanks for hanging out and listening to us rant about stuff. We'll catch you in the future. I will catch you guys later. Have a wonderful night and day and whatever, and enjoy gaming.
Yeah, it was a blast being here. Great to see all of you. And I personally will be back Tuesday.
play Donkey Kong. I mean, I could. But I have other things to do, unfortunately, tonight. I would probably play more Donkey Kong during the week. Yeah, I gotta go feed my cat, take care of my parents real fast. Some other stuff that's probably gonna take a few hours.